Hey, welcome into the hot shop to those who just joined in. So, since we are still kind of waiting to get started, I want to mention first off, if you would like to, maybe you could take a loop around the museum, come back. If not, I'm going to give just a quick little introduction as to what we'll have going on today. All right, so just to start off, we have our resident hot shop team here. And that means these guys, they work here full time in our hot shop. They'll usually help visiting artists that come through, but they'll also work on other projects. Today, they're going to be making some carafes for the Museum of Glass store. And the way that this usually starts is with a single gather of clear glass on the end of a pipe, which I'll point out this tank with the closed door in the back. We have two of these, and these are our glass furnaces. They're quite literally filled with molten glass, the texture of honey, inside of a giant ceramic crucible. And that sits. Oh, yeah, I let them know. Yeah, they're saying it's still going to be a little while, but just giving you an intro. Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, welcome into the hot shop, you guys. So today we are going to be working on some Museum of Glass store items, which are going to be some carafes. So basically handleless pitchers, and we've already gotten started on this piece of glass over on the right bench. We've been basically building up some mass by gathering layer after layer of clear glass over top of a bubble. And don't worry, we do eventually move to the center bench with our projects. We always start them on the side benches and then move it over to the center bench. So you guys are in a good spot. And we actually do have some colored glass on this already. I'm not sure how much you guys know about glass blowing already, but yeah, okay. When it comes to colored blown pieces, if you look at it from the side, it looks like it's just solid color. But if you look at the cross section, it's actually mostly clear glass, and it's just a thin layer of color. And building the layers of glass is honestly a lot like tree rings if you were to be able to see those distinct layers. So we do have that layer of color within, and we'll start blowing this out now pretty soon. And the people that you see on the floor, they all have between about 20 and 30 years of experience. Some of them maybe a little bit over 30 years at this point. So they are very professional glass artists. They'll make everything look very easy, but it is not. Oh, and we have a view up on the screen now, by the way. Sometimes it'll be a little bit difficult to see what they're doing, so the screen should help out. And we do have closed captioning. I know it can be kind of echoey in here. So as long as you're not touching the wrong end of a tool and the glass itself, then you're perfectly fine. And you know what's interesting is the heat only travels so far down the pipe. Apparently steel is a relatively poor conductor of heat, and a lot of our tools, including the pipes, are steel. So it's pretty safe. I honestly think working in a kitchen is more dangerous. There's things that like splash. So these guys have been working with glass so long, you'll see that they hardly even look at what they're doing when they're inside of the hole, which is about 21 to 2300 degrees Fahrenheit, by the way. So yeah, it does leave like a dark circle in your vision, but if you use the mesh, yeah, exactly, just don't stare at it. Also, we just use something called an optic mold. Basically, this has ridges on the inside of it that push into the glass. And so now we have those ridges on the surface of our piece. So when it comes to the clear glass, we actually do reuse a lot of that. Oftentimes we will do something called a strip gather, or we will cut off pieces of clear or practice in clear, and all of those leave us with a lot of clear glass leftovers. Yeah, because if we were to just put scrap after scrap of color inside of the same furnace, they would all mix together and it'd become a lot more muddy colored. But if we just leave it clear and then we add our different colors during the process, then everything will turn out exactly how we want, basically. And speaking of color, I know you guys missed the beginning of the process, but We essentially get these solid pieces of colored glass shipped in. We don't make it ourselves, but it's different metals, minerals, and oxides mixed into the glass. And we'll melt it down and drop it on top of a small bubble, kind of spread it over top to get like a layer of color. Yeah, basically, yeah. Yeah, welcome into the hot shop, you guys. I will reintroduce what we have going on real quick. So we're making some carafes for the store, the Museum of Glass store. And the people who are working on these pieces, they work here full time on the hot shop floor. They will usually help visiting artists that come through, but they'll also do things whenever they have time, such as making store items or even preparing for our upcoming auction that we have once every year in the fall called Red Hot. And we've already made a lot of progress on this piece. This has been blown out quite a bit, and Ben is heating this up once more. It's been doing a lot of gravity shaping, so you guys, whenever you've seen Ben kind of hang the glass down towards the floor, this is stretching the glass out, just using gravity to shape it. And he can also do the opposite, hold it up towards the ceiling, and the glass will kind of slump down onto itself and create a squatter shape. And now we are flattening the bottom of the piece, keeping one tool on the side and then a wooden paddle on the bottom. And just like that, we have finished the lower half of our piece completely. And welcome into the hot shop, everyone. There's probably going to be a lot of people joining here and there, but I want to introduce what we have going on one more time. So we are making some store items today. Oh, also, I know it might be hard to hear me at this moment, so I do have closed captioning up on the screen. Whenever we use those loud torches, it's almost impossible to hear me, so please keep an eye on those. But we are making some carafes for the store, and the people that you see working on our pieces, they are our resident hot shop team. So they work here full time on our hot shop floor. They'll help visiting artists that come through, and they will also do things like this where they make store items or even prepare for upcoming auctions and events. And we are getting to the point where we are about to attach another pipe to the center, the bottom of our piece, and then completely break the piece off of this pipe that it was created on. So this is a pretty pivotal moment. And once that connection is stable, they apply a little bit of water to our jack line, which is that divot, and then tap the pipe, and that pops the piece right off. It will do that same thing again later on, just at the very end of this pipe, when we want to completely break this piece off to put it away. Now, for those who were here earlier when we were working with the glass when it was more of a taffy texture, it's actually workable. Right now it's pretty cold, quote unquote. It's still at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit right now, even though it's solid. So we still don't touch anything that looks cold in the hot shop. And I want to point out the color has changed pretty drastically. That's because it's no longer emitting light from it being molten hot. So next we've heated up just the top, maybe third of the piece. Ben goes in with some tweezers. He's pulling more than he is pinching right here. He's trying to stretch the glass out. Then they'll usually go in with shears and cut that extra glass away. And this is one of the only scrap pieces that comes from making the piece, which is pretty impressive. So these two metal blades, these are the jacks. We've used them to open the piece up. We've also used them on the outside of the piece to accentuate the shoulder a little bit more. I also do want to mention, before I just kind of continue following the process, if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to just grab my attention and let me know. It can even be questions about things you might have seen in the gallery. This is something I try to get people to ask questions about because it challenges my knowledge. But for example, patterns or colors that interest you, techniques that interest you that you might have seen previously. So we have finished this carafe off. And to break this piece off, we just apply some water to the very end of the pipe. And we will knock this off onto a wooden paddle, which allows us to keep it upside down as we torch and stamp the bottom with the Museum of Glass logo. And just like that, we have finished our first piece of the day. Let's give them a round of applause for finishing it, that carafe. Thank you. And this is the annealer, this large black box. We'll be using this continuously throughout the day today. Whenever we finish a piece, we set it inside of there, and it's sitting at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit in there. So contrary to what you might think, some people think it might be a cooling box, but we eventually press a button and then it slowly comes down from there for about 12 hours or so, so an overnight process. And we'll see that piece again tomorrow. And welcome to anyone who has recently joined us. We are getting started on the next piece already. We just finished the last one a few seconds ago. So today we are making some store items. We're making some carafes. And this all starts with basically the color application process. And luckily I have this little example here. I'm not sure how many people got to see it earlier, but this is a piece of color bar. It's basically just solid colored glass through and through. We get it shipped in kind of this long, and we cut it up into segments that we can use. And essentially we just attach this to the end of our pipe with a little bit of clear glass as a connection point, and then we melt it down and drop it on top of a clear bubble, which you can see Sarah holding upright right now. And eventually this color is rolled and pushed back until it covers up that clear glass completely, creating a layer of color within the entire piece. And we do have this example here. If you look at the cross section, there's really just a thin layer of color, and it's mostly clear glass. And that's usually the case for most colored pieces of glass. Yeah, we're using a small metal table called the marver. We're pushing and rolling that color back until once again it covers up that clear bubble. I also do want to point out, if anyone didn't notice yet already, that we will have some cameras kind of following the artist's movements around, and we also have closed captioning on the screen. And this is especially helpful later on. We might be using some loud torches. Also, since we have a lot of youth in the audience, I wanted to share that we have something called Kids Design Glass. If you haven't heard of it already, kids 12 and under can submit a drawing, and it has the chance to turn into a piece of glass. And you'll see an entire wall of these designed pieces by kids in the art alley. If you kind of exit and then walk past the education studio and enter that hallway, that's where all the Kids Design Glass art is displayed at this moment. And yeah, it's a really fun program because it allows the kid to take one of those pieces home with them too. They make two of them. One of them stays here at the museum, one of them goes home with the family. And it's completely free. We do it once a month, so we draw once a month, and that means that you guys can submit once a month as well if you'd like. So at this point, we have rolled that color all the way back once again. We let it cool down, and then we gathered a layer of clear glass over top of that once more. So if you haven't seen that piece of equipment already, we're using this large tank with a closed door, and inside of here, we have a giant ceramic crucible filled with molten glass at about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit, and it is the texture of honey at that temperature. So all we have to do is we just stick whatever we have on the end of our pipe or just the end of the pipe itself into the molten glass and then turn the pipe, and it gathers a ball on the end. So that's why when we come out of that tank, we just have this bright glowing mass on the end. Some people think we're reheating it in there, but we're actually getting more material. And then the cycle repeats itself. So we always start with the amount of color we need usually for a piece, and then we just gather layer upon layer of clear over top of it to have enough material to work with to make the size of piece we want. So we will let this cool down again and then gather another layer of clear. And since I do have a little bit of time, I'll mention a fun event we have coming up. And this is completely free, by the way. It's a pretty large event that we have every year. It's called Glassfest Northwest. It'll be in mid-August. And we have artist booths who show off their work and sell their work. We have glass demos of various kinds. We have food trucks and music and free admission for that festival and the Museum of Glass entirely. That takes place out on the Grand Plaza right outside of the museum's entrance. They just kind of fill up that space entirely with tents. So yeah, there's that large event to look forward to. If you're in the area, check it out. I get that question a lot. They don't get burned very often because they've been working with glass for so long, about 20 to 30 years for them individually. And when they do get burned, it's usually something very small. I've been telling people I think working in a kitchen is a little bit more dangerous because things can splash and there's things that can stick to you, like sugar and oil, if you heat them up enough. Meanwhile, glass, it usually just bounces right off of you if something cracks or pops, for example. Like within the walls of the piece, for example. So when we're gathering layers of clear, sometimes we get bubbles from the tank because we have this strand of glass that's connecting the piece that we're gathering over, and then the tank is kind of dripping down. And so that folds on top of itself and creates air bubbles. And the way that we prevent from getting those the next time we go in is we will spray the surface of the glass with water, and it breaks any air bubbles that have risen to the surface. And we have a very pure mixture, and we make sure to only use really nice glass. We don't use any scraps that have fallen on the floor, for example, and so we don't get any particles or air bubbles because of that as well. Could we have a view of the center bench, please? Thank you. So once we've come over to the center bench, this means that we have all the glass we need for the project, and this is when we start blowing it out and actually shaping it into its final form. And for these carafes, we have been using a mold to get these ridges on the outside of the glass. So to the left of Ben's feet on the floor, there's an optic mold that has these ridges all the way from the top to the bottom. And after initially shaping it to the overall contour to the inside of the mold, this is heated up and then stuffed inside of the mold to get that texture. Using a variety of tools, the end of the bubble is cut off, getting rid of a large mass of clear, or large mass of solid glass, I should say. There is technically color. And this has already been blown out quite a bit. And continuing to use the jacks, these two metal blades, Ben is squeezing down and creating the shoulder area for the piece, and then squeezing down right next to the pipe and creating a breaking point. So we'll take this entire piece off from that line later on. And this time, after heating up just the very bottom of the piece, the bottom is flattened with a wooden paddle, also continuing to maintain pressure on the side of the piece. And this is all to flatten the bottom and essentially just finish the lower half of the piece entirely. So now we'll just keep this piece overall at about 1000 degrees Fahrenheit. Once again, a very healthy temperature for glass. I know it sounds very warm, but it's just hot enough to not let it break from thermal shock, just cool enough that it's not going to move and change shape very much. And in the meantime, Gabe over on the right bench is preparing the punty, or a second pipe that is brought over and attached to the bottom of the piece. And once we have that attached, we just completely break the piece off of this pipe that it was built on. Yeah, for those who are just coming in, came in at an exciting moment. We're just about to break this piece off of its original pipe that it was built on. And the way we do that is we apply some water to crack and thermally shock that connection, and then tap the pipe and it just pops right off. And now that we've gone through that process, we have essentially flipped the orientation of the piece, so now we can work on the completely opposite side. And yeah, for those who just joined in, we're working on making some carafes for the store, Museum of Glass store right out here. And everyone you see working on the glass, they are our resident hot shop team. So they work here full time on the floor. They'll help visiting artists that come through, which we have a visiting artist, Trenton Kyocho, Friday through Sunday this week. And they will also do things like make items for the store, and whenever they have time, they will also fit in some things like preparing for our yearly Red Hot auction in the fall. And these guys all have between about 20 and 30 years of experience. I think maybe one or two of them have a little over 30 at this point. So very impressive glass artists. People travel from across the world to work with these guys, and they have a lot of experience working with all sorts of different techniques. And speaking of techniques, I had pointed out to me earlier today that this design of having these straight lines all the way up the side of the carafe is very difficult. It's hard to not twist those lines as you're working with the glass. You can see that they're continuously turning the pipe back and forth across the bench. This is just to keep the glass on center, but inevitably this can create some natural twist in the glass if they're not careful. So they have to kind of balance things out, apply the same amount of pressure as they twist one way and then back. So the very first thing that these artists usually do when opening a piece up is they will cut off a little bit of extra glass. That area where the piece is connected to the previous pipe, the blowpipe, is a little bit thicker, and it's also maybe an uneven break when they take it off of that pipe. And so they'll heat it up, they'll stretch it out, and then they'll trim the glass off. And now we're at the point where we're just fixing up the neck and the shoulder in general. And we're just continuing to use the jacks to do that. And eventually, to finish the entire piece off, because this is a carafe, we will heat up a small section of the lip and then push it outward to create a spout. And to heat up a small amount of glass at just one time, we will use a small torch. And just like that, we have our spout. All right, welcome into the hot shop to those who just joined in. We are just finishing this piece off. We made a carafe, and this is going into the Museum of Glass store. To break the piece off of this pipe, just like earlier, we apply some water just to the very end of the pipe and then tap, and that pops right off. We'll torch the bottom and then stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo. We try to do this for as many store pieces as we can. And just like that, our piece is finished. So let's give them a round of applause for finishing that carafe. Thank you, everyone. And this goes right into the annealer. If you haven't seen this box already, this sits at just about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. And with the press of a button, when we're completely finished at the end of the day, everything will slowly cool for about 12 hours and come down to room temperature. And this prevents thermal shock. Thermal shock is something that we definitely try to avoid. And it can actually work in both ways, by the way, if we heat up a piece too quickly or cool it too quickly. And we are going to continuously work on these carafes. So I know a lot of you guys just joined in, but we're getting started on the next one already, which starts with the glass furnace. This tank holds up to about 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And next we pick up our piece of color. Inside of this silver box, this is our garage. It sits at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, and we're just preheating pieces of glass because, once again, we can't bring this up too quickly in temperature, otherwise it'll break. And yeah, once again, this is Color Bar. I've been showing off this little example piece all day. Let me know if you want me to come closer with it. But essentially, it's different metals, minerals, and oxides that are mixed into a raw clear glass mixture, soda lime glass, and then it's melted into these bars and shipped out. And yeah, we just use small sections at a time, usually. I mean, depending on how big the piece is, of course. And we'll attach it to the end of our pipe, like Gabe has done here, melt it down, and then drop it on top of a clear bubble of glass. This is why it's important to have two of these holes lit up at the same time. We're working at two benches at the same time frequently, so we like to have multiple stations. And yeah, they're not very different from each other. This one is technically a larger tank or a larger furnace, so we could fit bigger pieces of glass inside of it. So since we have a larger amount of color on the end of our pipe this time, we'll section this off. And this is the clear bubble I mentioned that Sarah has been working on. We let this get pretty cold before dropping the color on top of it. And this lets us really push and move the color around without altering the shape of the bubble underneath when we eventually do start shaping it. And once again, this technique is called a color drop or a color overlay. And does anyone have any questions so far? I don't know if I've checked in a little while, so I just want to see if anyone has missed anything, such as what we're making or who's here or how hot things are. If you guys have any questions, just grab my attention and let me know. We have a view of our right bench where we are just starting our piece still. Once again, we're making a carafe for the Museum of Glass store. And this is how we're pushing and rolling that color back using the metal table, the Marver. And once it's completely rolled back, it's covering up that clear, we can't really see through it anymore, then we will let this cool down before gathering our layers of clear over top of this. And this is to build up some mass for the piece. And welcome to those who just joined in. Today we are working on making some carafes. And these are for the Museum of Glass store, which is, of course, right out here. And this is our resident hot shop team you'll see working on the floor today. So they all work here full-time at the Museum of Glass. They'll help visiting artists that come through. They will work on store items like you're seeing today. And they will also work on special items such as preparation for our Red Hot auction every fall. That's something that's really important, and they prepare for many months in advance. We already have our colored glass for this piece. We started that process just before any newcomers came in. And we are now gathering layer after layer of clear to get a little bit of mass for this piece. And we'll start slowly blowing this out as we go as well. Carafe. Oh, and just to mention, this is going to be a transparent color each time, I believe. When we have the glass molten to at least a taffy or putty texture, it's so hot that it's going to be emitting light as well as heat, so it's going to appear yellow or orange depending on how hot the glass is. But this isn't the true color of the glass usually. It's just because of that heat. So as it cools down later on, you'll be able to see the true color a lot better. So we just used a pipe cooler if anyone's curious about the steam rising you may have seen. It's just a trough of water that we'll set the pipe down into. And it looks like we have enough glass for our piece. So we've come over to the center bench. We'll heat it up and we'll be able to start blowing it out and turning it into our carafe. Now, the carafes that we've been making, they have a special texture on them. We're using a mold called an optic mold. It has all these ridges on the inside of it that are applied to the glass. So you'll see them use that pretty soon. It's to the left of Sarah's feet on the floor. It's a relatively large mold that we're using for this piece in particular. So after shaping the glass bubble to the rough contour of the inside of the mold, we heat it up once again and then stuff it inside, give it a little puff of air to forcefully push it into those ridges. And now we can come to the bench and start blowing this out. And this happens pretty quickly, and surprisingly, it doesn't take a ton of pressure. It's not like blowing up a balloon necessarily. So Ben is holding on to the end of the bubble. And eventually this excess glass is cut off. This is mostly, if not completely, just solid glass on the end. And these ridges will continuously stay straight. They have to make sure to twist evenly in both directions as they apply any sort of pressure to the piece. Otherwise, those lines begin to twist as well. And that's why this design is tricky, is keeping those lines straight is so difficult. But once again, these guys have 20 to 30 years of experience. They make it look easy, and it is a lot of years of trying and failing and going through and persevering. That's what glass blowing is about. So this flame, this is our fluffy torch, and it actually runs around the same temperature as the hole that we've been using to reheat the glass, around 21 to 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. And you'll see us use it as soon as we finish with the bottom of the piece. We use it to kind of balance heat out or apply extra heat to one area. And it does get much larger. We pick it up and then we basically push on a lever, and it's almost like a flamethrower. Some people compare it to. Yeah, it's a little bit loud too, so that's partially why we have closed captioning that and the echoiness of the hot shop. But yeah, right here we're heating up kind of the colder area of the glass and letting the bottom cool down now that we have finished the lower half of the piece. Oh, and you remember I was talking about the color earlier? So it went from orange to now kind of a blue-green. And as this cools down even further, it may change into even more of a blue. So since we have finished the lower half of the piece, we want to be able to work on the upper half next. So to get access, we attach the punty or a second pipe to the bottom of the piece and just completely break it off of its original pipe. And this is done by applying water. This thermally shocks the glass, cracking that connection, and then tapping the pipe actually sends a vibration to those cracks and pops it off. If we're making really small pieces of glass that have a lot of connections, such as goblets, you'll notice that they are very ginger in the way that they set the pipe down, and that's because they're trying to avoid creating any vibrations in the pipe. So just interesting things you can watch for and kind of connect depending on the piece. So the first thing we do to start working on the top half of the piece, we heat that area up, and they took some tweezers and they were more so stretching the area of the glass out than they were pinching, and then they cut some of that excess glass off. This is to get rid of extra thickness that might be remaining in that area, and it's also to get rid of any unevenness from the break of taking it off of that previous pipe. And now that we have trimmed that glass off, we could start shaping the glass up again. So far, they have been continuously going in and redefining the shoulder a little bit, and then they just make sure that the neck of this carafe is perfectly cylindrical. And then to completely finish the carafe off, we just heat up a small section of the lip and then push it outward with a tool to create the spout. And that is pretty much it. These are really fast pieces of glass for these guys. But they're only fast because of all that experience. And this is a smaller handheld torch. We'll use this for sculpting or heating up just small sections of glass at a time. And I'm sure you could tell that this is hot because of that bright blue flame, but I want to share. It gets up to about 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And I think that's just insane. So we have now finished off our overall shape. We'll just start getting ready to break it off and put it away. And then same as earlier, we apply some water right at the end of the pipe to crack that connection and then eventually tap the pipe to pop it off. Now we will torch the bottom and then stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo, and it is completely ready to be put away. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that carafe. Thank you, everyone. Now, we put these away inside of these annealers, which are these large boxes that sit at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. Some people think that we would cool the glass right away, but actually we have to bring it down in temperature very slowly to prevent thermal shock again. And this is usually about a 12-hour cycle. So we'll see those pieces again tomorrow. And yeah, once again, this is continuous. So we're going to continue making carafes of different colors throughout the day all the way until 5 p.m. We'll see, maybe they even change things up in the second half of the day, but usually we want a nice large selection so people can choose the exact color they want, and they might even turn out slightly different sizes and shapes, which is perfect for individuals. Yes, so it starts at 900, and then when we press a button, it slowly comes down a certain amount over a certain period of time, and that is about 12 hours. So I could probably estimate. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. 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 And welcome to those who just joined us in the hot shop. Just want to update you, we're still working on making some carafes for the Museum of Glass store. And we are just finishing off the color application process. So we essentially start with a solid piece of colored glass, which I was showing off to them just a moment ago. On the end of our pipe, we'll melt this down and then drop it on top of a clear bubble of glass. And Sarah's gone through the process of pushing and rolling this color back just now to completely cover up the clear. So now we have that layer of color, and this is my second example point, but that layer of color is really thin within the walls of the glass, but when you look on the outside, it looks like it's all just that one solid color across the surface. So we could use a small amount, goes a long way. And we'll let this glass cool down and eventually gather a layer of clear over top of this to start building up some mass for the piece and have enough material to work with. Yeah, let me know if you guys ever have any questions. There are tons of different things you could ask me, even if you see something in the galleries, for example, that you're curious about. Feel free to ask away. And I want to point out this very important piece of equipment that Sarah's about to use. This is our glass furnace, and it holds up to 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And at that temperature, the glass is a lot like honey. It will act like honey in the way that it sticks to whatever we are putting inside of it, as long as it's a similar temperature. And we are turning the pipe. That glass is gathering, following all the way around, and we now have a layer of clear over top of that color. So something interesting to point out, we've gathered another layer of clear, but this time we dripped some of it off into a bucket. And this bucket is clear glass only. Eventually we'll be able to crush that up, throw it back into the furnace and melt it down, completely reuse it. And this is just getting us to closer to exactly the amount of glass we need for this piece. And then Sarah's gone over to the pipe cooler real quick before bringing it over to the center bench. And this is where we actually will blow the piece out and start shaping it. I know we've been using this tool quite a bit on and off. This is a block. It's usually carved out of cherry wood and kept constantly saturated in water. So yes, those buckets behind the bench are filled with water. And we'll use it to smooth and even out the glass. The idea is to create a layer of steam in between the wood and the piece so that they never actually touch. Oh, we have a lot of people joining in. And welcome into the hot shop to everyone who just came in. We are working on making some carafes in the hot shop today, which are basically pitchers without a handle. And these are going into the Museum of Glass store eventually, whenever we are done making a variety of them. So we already have our color. We already have all of the clear glass on top of that we need for this project. And we will start to heat this up and blow it out and shape it a little bit. Another notable thing about these carafes is we are using a mold to get these ridges on the outside of the piece. So we're adding a visual and physical texture to the glass. So Ben briefly tapered this glass and shaped it to the rough contour of the inside of this mold. And then has stuffed the glass inside of the mold. Once again, we have those ridges going all the way from the top to the bottom inside of there. So now we have those ridges on our glass. And Gabe will start blowing this up on the end of the pipe while Ben stretches the glass out and cuts off some excess solid glass on the end. This also makes sure that the ridges go all the way to the very end of the bubble. Originally, we kind of had a flat spot. And Ben uses the jacks, these two metal blades, to create both the shoulder area of the piece and also something called the jack line, which is the divot that is closest to the pipe. And this line is where we break the entire piece off later on. It's really important that we make this before we even finish the shaping. Also, I do get questions about this every once in a while, but we use these wooden paddles usually mostly for shielding. So Sarah's standing by with a wooden paddle and she's shielding Ben's hand and arm from the heat that's radiating off of the glass itself. The glass starts to move and be at least a little bit workable at about 1,000 or a little over 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And that's a lot of heat. It's usually even hotter than that. It's more of like a taffy or putty texture when we're actually working with it. And to finish the bottom of the piece, this is sandwiched or I guess squared off between two wooden paddles to create this nice 90-degree angle for the bottom of our piece. And this means that we have finished the lower half of our piece. We still have a lot of heat built up on the bottom. The rest of the piece is getting a little bit colder, so we'll balance that heat out by using this fluffy torch or this fluffy flame. In the meantime, Gabe is preparing the punty, which is a second pipe that we bring over and attach to the center of the bottom of the piece, and eventually completely break this piece off of the pipe that it was created on. Oh yeah, and I think some new people have joined here and there, so I want to reintroduce real quick that we are making some carafes for the Museum of Glass store, and these are basically pitchers without a handle. And we are already pretty far along. This is our resident hot shop team working here, by the way. They work here full time, and they'll help visiting artists that come through. They will make store items like today, whenever they can. Yeah, they're always keeping themselves busy. So that pipe has just been brought over and attached right to the center of the bottom. And they're making sure that it's centered before they move on. To break the piece off, we apply some water, which is cracking the glass from thermal shock, just in that connection point. And then with the tap of a pipe, the piece pops right off. So now we can start working on the neck and the top of the carafe, finish the piece off. And the glass isn't quite hot enough to work with yet. This is just Ben centering it to the pipe again. Also, I do want to mention, if you guys are going to be around in the next few days, we do have an artist residency starting tomorrow and going through Sunday. So Trenton Kiocho will be down here making some pieces of glass. And do we have some slides that we could show off? So we may be able to see some of his work a little bit later. I'm hoping that we'll be able to pop a slideshow up on the screen, show off some of his work. But he was on season 3 of Blown Away, which is a glass blowing competition show currently on Netflix. If you guys are curious, you could check that out. And he also blows glass frequently down on the floor here. He will help the resident hot shop team. And he is a local artist. Oh, there we go. We have some of his work up on the screen now. Yeah, he's a very talented artist. So he'll be here once again tomorrow through Sunday. Yeah, for those who just joined in, I was just talking about a visiting artist we'll have tomorrow through Sunday. His work has been going on the screen. His name's Trenton Kyocho. And what we have on the floor, this is our resident hot shop team. They're making some store items, specifically some carafes, which if you don't know what those are, they are basically pitchers without handles. And these will be going into the Museum of Glass store just out here. Yeah, we're making a variety of colors, but we're continuing to stick with the same pattern where we have these straight ridges from the top to the bottom and the same overall shape. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Can we focus back at the center bench, please? So we've trimmed some extra glass off around the opening. And we have opened this up into more of a cylindrical shape for the neck of the carafe. And I want to point out once again that these ridges are really hard to keep straight. You'll notice that we're constantly turning the pipe back and forth across the bench. This is to keep the piece on center, and this is also to apply pressure to basically the entire 360 of the wall of the piece. But it's really easy because of this turning to twist the glass in one direction. So we have to make sure we're applying even pressure as we go back and forth, and that can be pretty difficult to do. And to finish the carafe, we are heating up a small section of the lip and then pushing it outward to create our spout. Now we're completely done with the overall shape. And now we just prepare to break the piece off and put it away. So we'll torch the punty, or the area where that clear glass is connected to the pipe, until we see some movement in the connection. And then we apply some water to the end of the pipe, crack that connection, and pop the entire piece off. Yeah, let's give them a round of applause for finishing that carafe. Thank you, everyone. Yeah, so to finish them off, we always stamp them with the Museum of Glass logo. That's what we were doing at the very end there. And then we place this inside of the annealer. That large box is sitting at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. And eventually, when we're completely done for the day, it's filled up, we will press a button and it will slowly, slowly cool everything all at once. And this is usually about a 12-hour process, so we'll see those pieces again tomorrow. And once again, this is a continuous demonstration, so we will get started on the next carafe pretty quickly here. If anyone has any questions, feel free to grab my attention and let me know. Oh yeah, you know what I forgot to mention earlier? I talked about Trent having a residency here Friday through Sunday, but if you're not able to make it or you just don't want to pay the ticket again, for example, we do have a live stream every single day that we're working on the hot shop floor. You can either go on our website and find it, or you can go to YouTube and just click on the live button or the logo of the Museum of Glass, and it'll open up the live stream, and you can watch us anytime you want. Just in the background while you're cleaning, sneak it at work. I don't know, whatever you want to do. So, if the pieces of glass cool too quickly, and I'm not sure of the exact science behind this, but it goes through something called thermal shock, and it will start to crack and break apart. And it can happen pretty quickly. Like if we were to just finish a piece of glass, and if we were to set it on a piece of wood, it would take a little bit longer. But if we set it on cold metal or the cold concrete, then it might only take a few seconds before those cracks appear and then spread, and then the piece falls apart, quite literally. And it can be kind of interesting to watch. So oftentimes when they mess up on a piece, they will set it upright and they'll like fill it with water and watch it fall apart or do something fun with it, because might as well. But you know, interestingly enough, thermal shock works the opposite way too. I always talk about these videos you might see online of people pouring like boiling water on their windshields in the winter to thaw it, but it actually just shatters the windshield. So it can work both ways if you heat it up too quickly or cool it too quickly. I'm gonna ask. Yeah, so glass blowing, the kind that we are more used to, where we're actually blowing and kind of have a fire to heat up the glass on the end of a rod or a pipe. This is originating more so from the Middle East, and eventually it moved to Italy, where we see a lot of Venetian glassware, and then we actually developed our American glassblowing off of Italian glassblowing, which is why we have a lot of Italian terms. And started working with glass maybe about 5,000 years ago, but maybe more modern style a little bit around 2,000 years ago. So those are best answers I could come up with. I'm not sure about exact countries, but yeah, in Middle East. Yeah, we have another MC here. His name's Walter Lieberman. And you'll see some of his chalk drawings in the galleries. And he is a really good glass historian. So I learn a lot from him, but he knows so much more than me about that stuff. I've just got techniques in my brain. I don't have a ton of history. He's a really good historian. So all of that equipment along the wall, it actually runs off of natural gas and forced air, and it's just constantly pumped in throughout the day while we're using it. We do technically use some propane and oxygen for this torch setup right here, which is why we have such a bright, sharp flame for that. Also, so far we have heated up some color. We dropped it on top of a clear bubble, and we spread that color over top of the bubble using that metal table kind of by the hole. And now we have gathered a layer of clear over top of that as well. So we're already pretty far along for the next piece, but I just wanted to catch you guys up. And this is, once again, how our color starts, except it's usually in a longer bar. We just break off segments like this to melt down and use in the hot shop to create an even layer of color across the piece. So the molten glass will stick to a few things. Usually we have to make sure that whatever we want it to stick to is heated up to at least about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. But it won't stick to the metal tables because they're too cold for that same reason. But the wood and graphite and other materials, sometimes we will get small particles that do stick to the glass, and we have to brush or grind those off of the surface of the piece. So we do have to be careful not to burn something too much, otherwise we do get particles in the piece. Yeah, so this is the glass furnace, and it's filled with a ceramic crucible with molten glass inside of it, sitting at about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah, I describe it as a pot of honey, and it's a lot like getting honey on a wooden dowel. You just stick the heated pipe or the glass you have on the end of the pipe into the molten glass, and then when you turn, it gathers up on the end and creates a ball. And this is a pipe cooler that we're using, so you're not missing out on too much. It's just a trough of water that we'll set the pipe into. And then we move it over to the center bench where we start to blow it out and work with it much more. Yeah, so it's really hard to blow glass by yourself, so you usually have a team. I would say that we usually see three people working at a bench at a time, somebody to blow into the end of the pipe, someone sitting and shaping, and then the third person to shield the heat that radiates off of the glass, and then maybe to do other assistant things like bring over other bits of color or open doors. So we've blown this out a little bit, and Ben is using this pad to shape the glass into a longer, narrower shape, or tapered shape. And surprisingly, all that pad is made of is just folded up newspaper that we've soaked or splashed with a little bit of water. And people are always surprised by that, but this is as close as we could get to using our hands to shape the glasses with the newspapers. And yeah, you can't really feel heat through them. Now, this is where a big part of the process is coming into play. So Ben has heated the glass up one more time and is stuffing it inside of a mold on the floor. This is an optic mold that has ridges going all the way from the top to the bottom inside. So now we have those ridges applied to the glass. Another way we use these is we can twist the glass and alter the ridges further from there to create kind of a spiraling pattern on the outside of a piece. So this is a twisty cup. These are really popularly made by glass artists, especially to kind of challenge their own skills and challenge each other. They'll have little competitions. Oh, we've been using gravity to shape the glass a lot. Every time Ben is hanging the glass down towards the floor, he's stretching it out, making a narrower and taller shape. And we're continuously using these wooden paddles to push up against the side of the piece. And this is mostly just for shaping as it's being blown out. But we've also been using those same wooden paddles, once again, to shield Ben's arm as he's working on the piece. And now focusing all of the heat on the very bottom, we push a wooden paddle against the bottom of the piece and flatten it out. So now we have completely finished the lower half of our piece. And to be able to work on the upper half of our piece, we'll be attaching another pipe to the center of the bottom. And then we'll be completely breaking this piece off of the pipe that it's on right now, which will essentially flip the orientation. So the thing that's in front of the hole is the yoke, and it supports the weight of the piece and part of the pipe as we heat the glass up again. And the bar that Sarah was pushing at the base, that's just to adjust the position of the yoke. Yeah, I've actually never gotten that question before. I was glad I was able to answer it. Yeah, it's just we usually pull it back out every time we come back out, because if we leave it that close, then it will start to really heat up the yoke, and that can alter the way it spins. And so we've broken it off of its first pipe, and now we'll be able to start heating up and opening the top of this piece. We weren't quite opening it yet. Ben was more so just adjusting the position of the pipe on the bottom, kind of supporting the weight on the other end. And to start opening this up, Ben first uses some tweezers. It's more so stretching and pulling than anything else right here. And eventually this glass will be trimmed or cut off. It's just a little bit of excess glass. Yes, thank you. Let's give them a round of applause for the carafe. Yeah, they're really quick at finishing these, as you can see. So all they did is they heated up a small section of the lip, they pushed it outward, and then they broke it off, stamped the bottom with the Museum of Glass logo, and that piece was done. And if you haven't seen this box already, this is the annealer, and it holds the glass at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit, so it's sitting at that temperature now. And eventually, when we're completely done for the day or we filled it up, we press a button and it very slowly comes down to prevent thermal shock. And that process is about 12 hours, so we'll see those pieces again tomorrow. Yeah. And it looks like we are making another. Yeah, we're trying to make a variety of colors, so that way we have a nice selection when it goes into the store. And yeah, I've been getting a lot of good questions. We're about to see the coloring process again, so I'll mention real quick, we don't make the colored glass ourselves, like from scratch or anything, but it's different metals, minerals, and oxides that are mixed into the clear glass mixture and then melted into these bars, usually. So this is color bar. It's usually much longer to start off with, and we'll break sections off like this. And then we'll preheat them up to about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which is what this box is doing. So Gabe is picking up a piece of color on the end of his pipe in there. Yeah, welcome into the Hot Shop to anyone who's recently joined us. We are getting started on our next piece. We're going to be making another carafe for the store, which, if you don't know what a carafe is, it's essentially a pitcher without a handle, like a water pitcher or a juice pitcher. And up on the screen we have a view of our right bench. We'll usually start our projects on the side benches and then move over to the center bench to actually blow the piece out and finish it off. So Sarah has some colored glass, which I was just talking about color to the people in the front row quite a bit before they left, but this is what we start off with. It's called Color Bar. And we get it shipped in. We don't make it ourselves. We attach it to the end of a pipe, melt it down, and then drop it on top of a clear bubble. And that's the process you saw just before this moment right here, where Sarah's rolling and pushing that color back until it covers up that clear. And this makes the appearance of a piece being all made from that one color if you view it from the side. But if you look at the cross section, it's mostly clear glass, and that layer of color is just kind of sandwiched in there. And if you could see the individual clear layers as well, you'd be able to see almost these tree-like rings. Yeah, glass doesn't flow and melt into itself and mix like water or other liquids. It instead stays suspended within itself, no matter what you're putting inside of it. So we have our layer of color. We'll let this cool down, and we'll start gathering layers of clear over top of it to get enough mass to start blowing it out and turning it into our piece. And this is the slower part of the process, so if anyone has any questions about things they may have seen in the gallery or just questions in general, feel free to ask away. And since I do see a lot of youth in the audience, I just want to point out once again that we have something called Kids Design Glass, which you may have heard of already. Kids 12 and under can submit drawings, and they have the chance to turn into a piece of glass. We make 2 of them every time. One of them goes home with the family, and one of them stays here at the Museum of Glass. It's completely free, and we do it once a month. We make one of those Kids Design Glass pieces every single month on the weekend. And the kids are invited in to watch their creation be made, which is really fun. So we've just gathered our next layer of clear, which if you didn't see this part earlier, this tank with the closed door that they were just inside of, this is our glass furnace. So anytime we want to get more material or we're starting something new in general, we will heat up the end of a pipe or take what we already have on the end of the pipe, stick it inside of this large ceramic crucible filled with molten glass at about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. And when we turn the pipe, that molten glass just picks up and gathers on the end. Yeah, interestingly enough, well, I'm sure a lot of you guys might be able to guess this, but glassblowing is pretty niche, right? So all of the tools, a lot of the equipment is just completely handmade, including the ceramic crucible inside of this furnace. And because of that, We keep this constantly running. That glass is constantly molten inside of that tank. And if it were to ever shut off and the glass cools down, it can actually break that ceramic crucible. And this is a really expensive piece of equipment, so that would be very devastating. So we do keep it constantly running, and that also makes sure that we're always ready to just go in and use it. So always use this wooden spoon-shaped tool. This is called a block. They're usually carved out of cherry wood and kept constantly saturated in water, even if we don't use them for weeks or months. We have a ton of buckets around the corner filled with water and all those wooden tools. But yeah, it's important that they're saturated in water. So when we do use them, there's a layer of steam in between the wood and the glass. This is the Leidenfrost effect. It's evaporating that water so quickly that it's not actually touching the material. And I think this is super cool. There are videos online. I do not recommend this, but of people like slapping their hands through like molten metal. It's that same effect. The material is so hot that it forms a layer of steam on the person's skin and it doesn't allow them to contact it. Also, we have shaped this glass bubble into the rough contour of the inside of the mold and then gave it a quick puff of air inside of the mold. Now we have those ridges on the surface of the glass. And we'll be able to start shaping this and blowing it up. And now we're using the jacks, these two metal blades, to squeeze down near the pipe. So this divot that has been formed because of that, this is eventually going to be our breaking point. When we have our overall shape, or the lower half of our shape, we'll break it off from this line. And welcome to those who just joined in. Today we've been making some carafes for the Museum of Glass store. And we are already pretty far along with this one. We're just continuing to blow it out. Eventually we will flatten the bottom of the piece. And this is our resident hot shop team that you're seeing working on the floor. They work here full time. They'll make items for the store, and they will most importantly help visiting artists that come through in making pieces of glass that they have designed and thought up. Speaking of visiting artists, we will have a residency going on from tomorrow through Sunday. Trenton Kyocho is going to be on the hot shop floor. And he's a local artist. He was on season 3 of Blown Away, which is a competitive glass blowing show. It's on Netflix now, if anyone's curious. So when we have artist residencies, they're usually a full week, but this one's just a 3-day residency, and that means that he will be here every single day for the full day. So from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Yeah, that entire time. The museum is open. We always have people on the floor blowing glass. Yeah. It'll be good. He's making some pieces that are apparently going to be on permanent display at the Tacoma Art Museum, which is really close to us. So we have flattened the bottom of our piece. We're just keeping it warm at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit now. And I know that sounds like more than warm, but this is just enough that it's not going to break from thermal shock or getting too cold too quickly. And it's also cold enough that it's not going to continue to move and melt on itself and lose its shape. So we're just balancing that temperature. In the meantime, Gabe was preparing a second pipe, or the punty, which is attached to the center of the bottom of the piece. And it'll basically act as a second handle as we break the piece off of its original pipe. And to break the piece off, it's pretty quick. They just apply a little bit of water to that divot in the glass. And this is cracking the glass from that extreme temperature change of adding the water. And then we tap the pipe, which sends a vibration to those cracks and pops it right off. And we'll do the same thing at the very end when we go ahead and break the entire piece off of this pipe. When it's completely finished, we will do the same thing, applying water and then tapping the pipe. And for those who just joined in, we're continuing to work on making some carafes for the Museum of Glass store. We're just now starting on the top half of the carafe. So we're heating up just the front half of the piece, and Ben will go in with some tweezers and he'll stretch this section of the glass out. So this section where we created that divot earlier, because of that squeezing down, it causes the glass to almost gather or bunch up on itself, and it's a little bit thicker right here. the break isn't always perfectly even coming off of that first pipe, so we get rid of that extra glass by cutting it away. And now we can continue to shape this piece. We will define a shoulder and open up the top of the piece a little bit further. So using the jacks, we could squeeze on the outside of the piece. And once again, redefine that shoulder. And we can also go on the inside of the piece and open it up a little bit further. And then our final step is going to be making the spout for the carafe, which is very quick. They just heat up one small section of the lip, and then they push it outward with a tool. And to heat up just a small section of the lip at a time, we use this smaller handheld torch. And then Ben goes on the inside with a piece of metal tubing. And we have created our spout. So this carafe is done. They'll simply get ready to break it off at this point, which is going to include torching that clear glass that connects the piece to the pipe until they see some movement in that connection. It's hot enough to see some movement. And to break it off, they apply a little bit of water just to the end of the pipe. And then same thing as earlier, tapping the pipe. And it should pop right off. And they'll torch the bottom and stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo to completely finish it off. Yeah, let's give them a round of applause for finishing this carafe. And that goes inside of the annealer. Once again, this sits at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. And eventually, with the press of a button, it'll very slowly cool the pieces down overnight for about 12 hours. So we'll see those pieces again tomorrow. Now, I do want to mention again, we do have a residency running from Friday through Sunday. Trenton Kyocho will be here. And if you guys are not able to physically make it, I do want to mention we do have a live stream every single day that we're down on the hot shop floor, basically no matter what, unless our system is down for some reason. And so you can always check that out online if you go through our website, or if you go directly to our YouTube channel, you can just click the live button. And it looks like we will be making one more carafe. Oh yeah, we do have one large event coming up. It's completely free, so I want to keep mentioning it. It's a really big, fun event that we have every year. It's called Glassfest Northwest, and it will be in mid-August. There are artist booths and vendors, and there are glass demos, food, music, and free admission into that festival and into the Museum of Glass that entire day. And this happens right outside of the entrance of the Museum of Glass on that Grand Plaza. They just fill it up with tents and food and music, and it's a lot of fun. So stop by if you can and keep an eye out for the exact dates coming up. So this is the coloring process that happens in the very beginning. If you haven't seen it already, this is called a color drop or a color overlay. And once again, this is what our color looks like in the very beginning. We get this shipped in larger bars, and we just break off sections of it like this. It's just solid color through and through. We're using a variety of transparent colors for these pieces specifically so that you can actually see the liquid inside. But this is just my example piece right here. So Gabe has heated that up on the end of a pipe until it was hot enough to quite literally drop down on top of a clear bubble. And now that we have it on that clear bubble, we'll go through the process of pushing and rolling that color back until it covers up that clear. So this creates a layer of color within the walls of the piece, but not on the surface of the piece. Yeah, I know, it's surprising, right? So these are all marvers. We have them throughout the hot shop. The steel table is so thick that it maintains its coolness or coldness. So we roll the glass over top of it. I get questions about how it doesn't stick as well. For the hot glass to stick to anything, that thing has to be around the same temperature or an organic material. So to make it stick to the pipe, we heat up the pipe, for example. And then when we roll it across the table, it might not be a good idea to touch it like right after, but it's going to cool very rapidly again. Yeah, so these pipes work like straws. That's a really good observation. When we start the bubble, we could blow and blow and blow and really use a lot of energy and pressure to create the bubble, or we can blow and then immediately cap with our thumb or our hand, and that pressure is maintained and eventually pushes into the glass. But yeah, sometimes we will even suck air out on purpose. I get questions about that every once in a while too. There's something called a suck bowl, where we create an orb of blown glass, heat up half of it, and then suck air out to collapse half of it in on itself. It's really interesting. So they're actually not too different from each other. I mean, this furnace that we're going inside of right here, this is the glass furnace, so it holds the molten material. And then these two are used to reheat the glass, so there's nothing physically inside of them. But we just have two of them on at the same time, so we can work at two places at the same time. And if you're curious about the temperatures, the molten glass is sitting inside of here at about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit, and it's programmed to keep at a certain temperature, so it pumps gas in every once in a while to maintain that temperature. And then these open face ones, these are sitting between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit, so usually a little bit warmer to reheat the glass quickly. In between layers of clear glass, you'll notice we just kind of sit here and wait a moment. We're just letting the glass cool down so that it's at least mostly solid when we gather our next layer of clear, and then we therefore have a solid core that we can push the molten glass around, and we won't be altering the shape of the bubble very much. So we've gathered our next layer of clear. We're actually letting some of this drip off into a bucket. And this is all glass that we reuse eventually. So we've blown this bubble out just a little bit, and Ben is going to shape this into a little bit more of a narrow and tapered shape. This is essentially the rough contour of the inside of the mold that we'll be going inside of. Want to make sure that it's relatively similar shape so it fits inside properly. And the mold is to the left of his feet on the floor there. So he's heating it up. He'll stuff it inside of the mold and give it a little puff of air. And this is going to push the ridges inside of the mold into the glass. So now we have those ridges on the surface of our piece as well. And for those who just joined in, welcome into the Hot Shop. We are working on making some carafes that will eventually go into the Museum of Glass store. And the people who are working on them, this is our resident Hot Shop team, so you'll see them on the floor basically any day that you come in here. Yeah, usually they'll be helping visiting artists, which we do have a visiting artist residency tomorrow through Sunday. Yeah, so we're mostly using the wooden paddles as shields. And so Sarah's holding one to prevent all that heat from hitting Ben's hand and arm. Yeah, the glass, it radiates a lot of heat. I mean, you guys already know that it's very hot. It's glowing kind of like lava, but you still might be surprised at how much heat comes off of the piece. And Ben's using another wooden paddle to keep the overall shape on the side as Gabe is blowing out the piece. So we flatten the bottom, and we are basically evening heat out at this point. Ben is heating up the area where the glass is connected to the pipe, or otherwise known as the moil. And he is also heating up any colder sections of the glass. And in the meantime, Gabe is working with a second pipe. This is solid all the way through, unlike this pipe that we've been working with. And he's creating the punty, which is basically just a second pipe with a clear attachment on the end, and we'll attach this to the bottom of the piece right here, and then break this piece off of the pipe that it was created on. So we've attached that pipe. After making sure this is perfectly centered and relatively stable, or basically solidified, at least partially, we will add some water to this divot we created earlier. This is going to crack that connection from thermal shock, enough for us to just pop it right off. And this is a pivotal moment. If you are just beginning glass blowing, this could be pretty difficult to make sure that all of your connections are just hot enough or just cold enough. Your piece could just fall off of both pipes and onto the floor. But once again, these guys have been working with glass for about 20 to 30 years individually. They make everything look a lot easier than it is. And now we have access to the top of our carafe. So just been told that there's going to be a free gallery tour as soon as we are done with our pieces in the hot shop. So when we finish this piece off, you can head out there and get a free tour of the gallery, which means you'll get some more in-depth explanations rather than just looking at the pieces of glass. You'll get a little bit of analysis and background on the pieces. So we've heated up the front of our piece. We've stretched the glass out by pinching and pulling with a pair of tweezers, and then we cut that extra glass off. So now we have a nice thin opening, and we've also lengthened the neck area of the piece. And to accentuate this neck, they'll reheat this glass once more. And Ben can continue to go in with the jacks, these two metal blades, and widen the neck into more of a cylindrical shape. And then going on the outside of the piece is going to accentuate the shoulder more. And now to finish this off, we'll heat up a small section of the lip. and then push this outward to create our spout. And just like that, our carafe is finished. And we'll get ready to break this piece off by torching the clear glass that is connected to the pipe until we start to see some movement in that connection. And to break it off, some water is applied right at the end of the pipe. And this piece should pop right off. We'll torch it and stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo for the store, and then this piece is completely done. Yeah, let's give them a round of applause for finishing that carafe. Thank you, everyone. And that goes inside of the annealer, which a lot of you guys already know. This holds it at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. With the press of a button, everything will very slowly cool down inside of this box, which will prevent thermal shock. Yeah, this is really important. The process is about 12 hours. So yeah, we usually don't see those pieces again till the next day. It's all dependent on the thickness of the glass. And that was our last piece before our lunch break. We're usually gone for just about an hour. We'll have the official time posted on the screen. And once again, we have that gallery tour happening just outside that will start as soon as she sees the crowd coming out. So feel free to join that. It's a completely free tour. And thanks for stopping by. I'm sorry, you guys. You joined in just as we finished. I just told the group that was leaving that we'll be back in about an hour from now. But they are just about to have a free gallery tour outside. So that's something you could join in on.
My name is Tarika Waters, and I am Originally born in Richmond, Virginia, from the DMV, DC, Maryland, Virginia area. I am making a windshield for my rocket ship. So I have a solo exhibition coming up at the Seattle Art Museum. It opens May 7th, and one of the featured pieces is a giant powder pink colored rocket ship. I've been working on a series of ball barrettes over the years, some various mediums. My recent series, they were all done in glass. So the task here is to create a windshield for this rocket ship that kind of favors and lends to some of the those rounded organic shapes that are heavily featured in the exhibition. These ball barrettes have significant meaning. This rocket ship houses two pairs on either side, and so the windshield will essentially be an amalgamation of spherical elements, similar to like if you would blow bubbles at the end of that wand, where those bubble clusters just kind of come out and just fall alongside the wand, just kind of going for an organic shape. When I found out that I was going to be doing a solo exhibition at SAM, they wanted to give me enough time. I create immersive installations, so that requires a lot of planning and building out and that sort of thing. But when the year was 2025, that meant a lot of things. So I just knew that, hey, we're here in 2025. The exhibition is called Venus is Missing, and it's rooted back in my early childhood days in Richmond, Virginia, and it's focused on a specific time. I'm an 80s baby. I was born right at the height of the 80s, where the times looked a lot different than they do now. Not by much, but that was the onset of a lot of consumerism and just vibrant, saturated colors, a lot of distractions, television, just pop culture all around. For me, I like to draw from these elements that are symbolic of that time, symbolic of my childhood, that are, they are ubiquitous, but because they fit particularly into my narrative, then I can kind of bend and shape what that story looks like specifically for me and people who look like me. And so the ball barrettes have been a really great kind of anchor point in that I'm able to tell various stories with just that one specific object. And thinking about my 6-year-old self sitting on the carpet, we only had 3 channels. We couldn't afford cable. That was fancy. People don't even know what I'm talking about when I talk about cable. But just that space of play and imagination when you're surrounded by a lot of adult things where you just don't understand all of what's happening, why all these things are happening, and you're self-soothing, So with the show at SAM, I'm finally able to budget for a team of folks that can come in and help. When this residency came up, this was like, this is perfect, because I can then have that extension of the series that I was working with at my solo exhibition a couple of years ago that featured those glass ball barrettes at the Museum of Museums, and then kind of keep that story going. I think after SAM, this might put the cap on the ball barrette series. Like, I'm just trying to complete this circle. No pun intended. Everything is, I feel like Sesame Street, brought to you by a circle. Yeah.
My name is Corey Pemberton, and I'm from Los Angeles, California. I'm a painter and a glass blower. I dabble in textiles, and I run a nonprofit. This week at the Museum of Glass, I am working to translate some quilt patterns that I've been studying into glass Marini patterns, making some intricate sort of tiles that will eventually adorn the surface of some vessels. This whole interest started when I was gifted a book called Sweetgrass by Sonia Clark, who was the department head at Virginia Commonwealth University, where I was going to school. school, and it was about those sweetgrass baskets. She knew that I was looking at them and was vaguely interested, and that act of her giving me that book or turning me on to that text felt in a way like I was being given permission to investigate my African roots. And I am of mixed race, and so sometimes I felt a little bit like it wasn't my place to investigate that sort of work or those sorts of interests in my work. And ever since then, I've had this interest in celebrating the makers who came before me in my lineage, potentially, and sort of inventing a history. The one pattern that we've been focusing on a lot the last few days is the log cabin quilt block. So on the Underground Railroad, there was this block that if you saw it on a quilt that was, say, hanging from a clothesline or on the outside of a barn or a home, you knew that that was a place that would be safe for you to stop and rest on your journey to freedom. And so I'm looking at that particular pattern and seeing how many different variations I can get by switching up the colors and the rotation of the Marini tiles. I also have a painting practice, so I do a lot of portraits and interiors of people who have historically not been included in the conversation in galleries and museums in terms of historical portraiture, people whose bodies fall outside of that, and who are typically depicted in moments of trauma or being extraordinary. I try to show people just existing. It's just been a really amazing opportunity already. We're only halfway through, and you know, I knew it would be special to have this amazing team here at the museum work on my designs, but there's all these little things I didn't anticipate, like how the work and the designs would develop with the minds of all of these craftspeople. You know, they're not just technicians, they all have their own background in art and in craft that is informing the stuff that we're making this week. And so yeah, I'm gonna leave with a lot to mull over and expand upon, so I'm really excited about that. I've got a lot of things sort of on the horizon. One particular opportunity that I'm really excited about is an exhibition at the Mint Museum in Charlotte, North Carolina. I'm also doing a lot of work through the nonprofit Crafting the Future that I co-founded and am the director of. We have an event series called Better Together. The last time I was on this hot shop floor was for the closing demonstration for the Tacoma Glass Art Society conference. We've got one coming up at the end of this month, actually, at the Pittsburgh Glass Center. So getting ready for that, really excited. We'll have a team of black and brown craftspeople coming from across the country to celebrate one another and invite the public in to learn about glassmaking through our lens. So those are a couple things that I'm really excited about.
Well, thank you guys all for being here and being such an integral part of my career. I tried to narrow my focus down to, it's basically two ideas. Stop. Holding. Yep. Do you guys all understand cameo engraving? So I'm cutting through layers of color to make an image. The more white glass that I remove, the darker the shading. It's a black cylinder with a white sheet on it, and the imagery all comes from photo booth pictures. So this is a cameo engraving on a blown form, but instead of just a white rectangle, it's these kind of blobby forms. Where the white sheet glass is will still be cameo engraved, but in between there'll be a line drawing to continue the image. So it's an interrupted image. I've been trying to figure out how to explain this to everyone in a way that makes sense, but you all might just have to see it when I'm done. Yeah, I actually went to college for 2 years for animation before I got into glass. And I think that's one of the reasons I'm really drawn to engraving, is it gets imagery that I enjoy drawing into glass blowing. I love the physicality of the glass blowing and the teamwork, and then I love going home and sitting by myself for hours. It's really meditative for me to do the engraving part, and then this is like loud and fast, and you don't really have, you have to just react, you know? So this process for me really feels like it kind of encompasses both things, the way my brain works, you know? A little blowing. All right, we'll put a jack line in that. Are you okay? Yep. Yeah, I just want to blow it up now, Nick. Okay. How do you feel? Good. Okay. Yeah, do you want torching or anything? Is that the cerise? The cup? Yes. Yeah, left side. Can you do one more? Yeah, I got it.
Hi, my name is Benjamin Cobb. I'm the hot shop director and one of the glass blowers here at the Museum of Glass. Originally, I'm from Newport, Rhode Island, and I've been living in Washington State for 22 years. Yeah, I would describe myself as a maker or an artist. I pursued glassmaking in art school as a material, and then I was always interested in the process of glass blowing, the pursuit of sort of technical excellence, sort of a lifetime learner, if you will, and a problem solver. So I like to have all these techniques sort of packed away in my brain so that as I think about what I want to make, I might be able to pull from that to realize my ideas. I spend a lot of time outdoors with my family. We spend a lot of time on the water, fishing, hiking, camping. So a lot of time to take in sort of the natural wonders, as it were, and be inspired by them. Very lucky to have Olympic Color Rods sponsor me this week, and use this time here at the Museum of Glass to experiment with those. And one of the things I've been wanting to try for a while, is layering up three colors. The pieces that we were working on today it's sort of a general leaf shape with a bunch of lines in them to sort of represent sort of that visceral systems that you see in the leaf. I'm not trying to recreate those things, just inspired by it. The microcosm of things that are around you and sort of blowing them up to draw attention to those details. When I first started showing work, I made a variety of things that were sort of based on human anatomy. So I came up with this idea. I started making these forms that were sort of these abstract stomachs. They're very slick, modern-looking pieces. When I first started sort of making these, it was two colors, right? So a transparent over an opaque, and you get this hyper-saturated surface. But that would just make the interior that one opaque color, which was typically, in this case, it was blue. So I wanted to figure out how to add something more in there. So the interior of this thing is this bright yellow, and then there's an opaque blue, and then there's a transparent blue. That modern form is kind of stuck on a pedestal. Somebody might see it across the room and walk over to it and be like, wow, that's really cool. And they read the title card at the base of the pedestal, and you could see their sort of demeanor change when they read the word stomach. They would get like, ooh, they kind of cringed. And I don't know, that was almost more interesting to me than the actual work. I don't know if creative control is not the right word, but I have a lot of input on the creative direction of the museum, from developing the Visiting Arts program, working with curatorial closely. Is having a full-time job sometimes limits your focus on your personal work. So I think over the past 22 years, this might be my third residency here. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, but we facilitate other people's ideas. That's what we do. We facilitate other people's dreams coming true here in the Hot Shop. And to be able to have this 5 days to focus on my own work is awesome. It's incredible. The folks that are on the floor with me, Kristen Elliott, Gabe Feenan, Sarah Gilbert, Nick Davis. This week, also Sayuri Fukuda has come down to help. There's a few others that are coming up this weekend. I mean, it's awesome. And they're all here to help me realize my ideas. And that's so special.
All right, start to go flat, Nick.
Yeah, Jordan, push it forward.
Stop. Yeah, I got a little bit of an angle there. Just give it a light one. We got to sandwich it one more time. Whew, I got to put a glove on. Oh, I said it's like punting it up on the inside.
I'm sure it's in like uniform, you know?
No.
Yeah, so now we're gonna put a punny right here, Sarah. Ben, you wore cargo shorts so long that they come out of style, in style, and back in style. Cap? I could have kept it. I'm gonna need some ramage. Ramage.
Call me Nancy.
I'm just cooling it. I'm not choking it anymore. Ooh, this is leaking. Got a little air on it?
It's sitting right now.
Okay. You ready? Flip. Pull, Sarah. Keep pulling. Good. Flip. Take it. I got it. To the side. Go up again. To the side. And go this way, Ben. Either way. Nice. Flip. Start torching up there, Nick. Pull, Sarah. Stop. Let me get the other torch. Good. Now I'm going to get out real quick. Hui. make some small stuff tomorrow. I'm okay, Nick. Let me just look at it.
How's it coming off?
You want it flat or on edge, Nick? Edge. Flip. One more flip. All right, take it. Oh, nice job, dude. Oh, I just want to watch what happens there. You got it, Nick. Perfect. That looks great. Nice job.
My name is Eleanor Anderson, and I currently live in Hamtramck, Michigan, but I'm moving to Portland, Maine. My practice is mostly grounded in textiles, but I love the process of learning other mediums and playing in other genres. So I work mostly making large-scale fabric collages, and those incorporate a variety of different textile techniques. Sometimes weaving, sometimes knitting, sometimes hand embroidery. I think a lot about the human urge to play. Compositions where I stay fully engaged in the whole process. I don't have a preconceived plan before I go into them, so they really come about in a emergent way rather than a pre-planned sort of I have a sketch or something like that. I came in with a lot of experiments that I started during the residency at Pilchuck, and then this week they're all getting a lot bigger. We're making some glass bricks or squares that I'm going to be later using in installation. And I've also been experimenting with flame marking stringer into a knot pattern, and so these are getting applied to different vessels, like some bowls and vases. I think this afternoon we're going to do a smushed cup, a bunch of cups that kind of get compressed. I think they might be, maybe they'll exist on the blocks, or maybe they'll exist on a table or in constellation with other works. But I just love that. I love that they're so vibrant. I love that they stay luminous, and they can be both matte and transparent and sandblasted or shiny, and the light reflects and they glow. It's really like a collaboration between me and the material, or me and machine.
I'm Cedric Mitchell. I'm a Los Angeles-based glass artist. I think, as an artist, it's just, you have to, one, believe in yourself. And then, I spent a lot of time with perpetual practice. I come from a production background. A lot of my influences come from Editorial Sotsas and the Memphis Design Group, Nickelodeon, so childhood cartoons and old school 90s and 80s toys that came from that era. And then also playground equipment, incorporate bright and vibrant colors, and with a mixture of these black and white stripes and these crazy busy patterns. Glass was a wide open lane. When I first started blowing glass, just doing research on famous black glass artists and realizing that there weren't very many of those people. So my search results generated Deborah Moore, Thurman Statham, and Shay Rhodes. Those are my 3 reference points. And then just realizing that needs to change. So instead of looking into them, it's just becoming one myself. I was so it's like a beam. I usually make these really tight, crisp forms and things like that. But I started talking about this thing called the modern funk aesthetic, and then I started looking at my stuff, my work, and it's like, it's not funky enough, you know? So like making it a little more funky, like adding like this crazy wild pattern and like some softer type shapes where it's not super crispy and then maybe off center a little bit. And then some elements are still like straight, like it's straight here and straight here, but it's like a little funky in there. And then you're still using like those traditional techniques like Marini and cane, and then the Encamo technique, but then like trying to make it mine. Yeah.
In the background, the background, is that green?
It'll be opaque, so like opaque color, so the first one like type effect. And then also like planning to like how can these vessels or these patterns that I'm creating with traditional techniques also roll over into like fashion. You know, fashion also plays a role as me being like a former musician or a rapper. So like being highly involved in fashion and staying in tune with those things. And then also like hip hop as well, like the graffiti art, the cheetah print came from like fashion, like back in the 90s and the 80s where that was coming about. And then also like wrestling, so like those, my favorite wrestlers also had like bright colors like Macho Man and then like Sting. Trying to incorporate some of those things in my work. You know, everything that we're doing is like experimentation, so we've been just like trying new ideas of like shapes and then just, you know, figuring out what the Marinis are doing. They're like in the spaces where they're hot, where the Marini are, they create like this weird like bubbles and things. So it's a little lumpy, like a tortoise shell, which adds to the funkiness in the irregular shape. And then embracing that, you know. You spend so much time chasing mastery and making these things really nice, and then you hear people say that it's too nice. So there's no uniqueness to it, or it looks like it came from IKEA. So like switching it up and then just generating, you know, a one-time thing. You know, this will not be recreated again. So all the forms that I'm making, I don't plan on making them again.
My name is Nate Watson, and I live and work between San Francisco and Louisville right now. I work between disciplines and mediums. I work intuitively and through research. My work is additive. It's changing all the time. The way that I start in the morning isn't the way that I end at night, and so my ideas shift and change. But there's a visual language that I've carried with me for the last 25 years. I try to create a container, and my process is essentially vessels, containers, assemblages. I try to build works or take on projects that deal with those felt things that tend to be a little bit more invisible. I think as an artist, I think of myself sometimes as a translator, and also making things I've come to understand is really healing for me as well, and I think it is for others. Well, the funnel is a shape that I've worked with and around for a long time now, and I just did a little bit of research and kind of looked up that form and that shape and found that it had been applied to everything from universal expansion and the shape of the universe to also data visualization and how people chart issues and things like that. You can segment different parts, their facets and things like that. And for me, it's become more of a metaphor for the accumulation of experience and things, and having those things be focused down to like a point or a moment. So all of the experiences, the things that everyone's done to get to that level where they can work together seamlessly, and then focus all that energy in that moment and make it happen, that is the funnel. And the funnel is actually happening. It's the team. It's a group of people making the work.
My name is Victoria Amadisa de Melendez. I'm from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I'm an artist who works with glass, and I work with the medium in multiple different ways. Right now, I primarily work with glass in the hot shop, blowing, also neon and flame working, and then I utilize or combine these ways of working with glass depending on the idea for my piece. I'm half Puerto Rican and half Persian, so I was looking at a lot of the Middle Eastern glass in Corning's collection and taking inspiration from that. And also my mother was a collector. My mom's Puerto Rican, but she was a collector of American glass and things like, we had objects like that in our home growing up. So, I'm trying to use form as this portal to storytelling and content, if that makes sense. Like today we're working on this Persian candlestick holder from the 13th century, and I want to give it like a bit of a contemporary update, like keep these ideas in our kind of cultural consciousness or something. So I've been really inspired by these forms that are 13th century Syrian mosque lamps, and they were always very elaborately gilded and enameled and decorated. So in looking at these historic forms, I kind of wondered what my ornamentation on the surface would be and why. And so here at Museum of Glass, I'm using this stamp that looks like an eye, and for me it's referencing the idea of the evil eye, an emblem that offers the wearer protection from jealousy or ill will. I just feel like it's so meaningful to be able to sit in this bench and blow glass here at the Tacoma Museum of Glass. It's it's a big stage to be on and a huge honor, and it just feels like something I'm going to remember for the rest of my life, and something that really has brought me joy and a lot of confidence and pride in my work.
I like to explore many different techniques in glass making. I feel like glass just has an endless amount of techniques to learn, and I like to sculpt glass, and I like to play with different techniques, and I like to combine different techniques too. In making the ammonites, they're kind of a challenging form to make. I think that's why I keep making them. It's like maybe trying to find the perfect wave. Yeah, what I like about the ammonites is that it's just kind of a cool index fossil that dates the layers of Earth. So I think it's an interesting idea that makes me think of our past. I feel like in making the ammonites, I started to cut them open and see what was happening on the inside. So I felt like what do I really love from that? What do I really love from that? Does it really have to be an ammonite or a shell or a thing? And then I felt like, well, let's just play around with the glass and let it do its fluid thing, and make Marini and do color folds and chop it up and see what that looks like on the inside. I love how you can see them turning in the shop. It's flat as it's been cut through or something, and on the other side you have this beautiful pore surface. The surface of the glass hasn't really been touched, so it has this really beautiful quality of magnifying what's behind it. So I just want to see both of those sides. So I need to figure out a way to display those.
My name is Fumi Amano. I'm originally from Japan, but currently I'm living in Seattle area. It's my first time doing the visiting artist program here, but when I moved to the US in 2013, I was in Seattle and helping lots of glass artist friends. So because I really wanted to experience in glass studio, so I was kind of helping lots of glass artist friends in this hot shop as well. I was assigned to make a sculpture with glass for a new concourse C at SeaTac Airport. So I'm working with the museum team to create lots of rondelles for that sculpture. I was inspired by the nature in Pacific Northwest, especially moss. It's such a beautiful nature, so I use a lot of cans to create like a moss-looking texture on the rondelles. So it's kind of a lot of experiment in the hot shop, but I really enjoyed it. Yeah, I can't wait to make rondelles with it. It's a kind of like a patient time, like, you know, pulling cans 1 day, 2 days, all days. But, you know, after that, we can just roll up and making lots of rondelles. So I can't wait to do that. Yeah, I do use different mediums. Like I use lots of mundane objects or some like old furnitures. I use old window frames or some like bed legs or something like old recycled materials to create sculptures. And also I really like to make a large-scale installation and sculptures with different materials. I was drawn to glass blowing at first. Then like I started using lots of different techniques in glass because it's such a beautiful craft material. Yeah, it's so satisfying to see like a really good glass artist like manipulating glass so smoothly. It's so satisfying to watch. Yeah. It's gonna be a public art at the airport. The most exciting part is maybe my family could see my work when they, you know, visit me. Then they will see my piece at first. So that's I'm so excited about this project. Yeah, I really enjoyed it. Like, I see a lot like rondelles we made yesterday. Like, it's kind of like an experiment. So because I'm trying to make rondelles with kind of like a texture look like moss, it's a kind of challenging for us, like how to make and how it would look like as a result on the rondelles. So I really like how it turns out. Like I have a lot of designs on the paper, but you know, working with materials, that would change a lot how it would look like in, you know, real glass. So I really enjoy the kind of like a conversation with the material. Okay, I want to do this, and the material answered. So now I see the answer, and now I have to, you know, go back to the material, what I'm gonna do. So I really enjoyed that conversation with material so far.
I'm Jay. I'm from Canada. Sorry. I am super excited to be here. I was super surprised and delighted when I got that email. So I just have all these gestures that we can then play with the forms. So like this one might have this kind of at the bottom here. It just looks like it's kind of like sliding on the floor or melting. And then up here, it's kind of off center. And then these will be playful up here. They don't take long to make, which is what scared me about coming here. So that's why there's a lot of double overlays. But we didn't pop the bottoms out on these ones because I'm like, okay, well, I wanted to figure out how these things go together first, and then the opening up the bottom can be another thing, which would be this time. So I've never blown into that mold, so we should probably just try it. Maybe it's like a clear one or something like that. But
it looks pretty fresh.
It was fresh. It's very fresh. Jason Murphy made that for me. We just want to pull tubes because I thought it would be cool if we had different thicknesses of tubes, we could cut them into sections and glue them together so as the neon went through it optically, they would change.
Low pressure.
Yeah, let's have some fun. Especially that one, which totally looks like Mars Attack.
That's where
they are Bristol green and gold ruby, like K3. Yeah, I think, and we're gonna do the long pull up up from there, like maybe tomorrow or something like that.
What do you mean?
We're gonna try basically pulling this out, but then just doing it from up top so it drops in, and then just bend it into a U there and try and manipulate it.
Okay.
We've been trying.
Yeah. No success?
We've had some turn brown, which is an interesting color.
Yeah, that's the selenium coming out of solution. When it gets heated up, basically, the different molecules of the different chemistries that are in there come out of solution, and they basically go out of phase, and that's where that milkiness comes from. So it's about how you heat your color up. When you're in there, when you drop it, heat it, when you do it, and then how you do your gather. So if you keep the whole thing clear in terms of your heat, and have it strike when it comes out there, that's when you'll get that true red. But that muddiness is just from that initial heat up.
Yeah.
It'll be great.
That's how it works.
I want to break this one and see what she looks like in the middle.
Okay. It's your neon world. I'm just living in it. It's kind of a beautiful size. I don't know. Is that way too big?
Oh, like the diameter? The diameter is fine. I am worried that
It's too thick?
a little thick.
Yeah, just score it.
She might even be a little thin. But definitely usable.
Sweet.
At least this whole section is.
Well, it'll be interesting to see, like, if we did with like the difference between the opaque and the, you know what I mean?
This will be a really light, nice,
Soft. Oh, lovely. Like, you just.
not ideal, but not bad.
Well, it's our first pulse. We'll
Yeah,
get better.
exactly. And so for polls, these are good too.
Sweet.
Oh, this is beautiful.
Is that cool? Okay.
You're just going to do one gather over?
No, probably two. Like, the tube should be about that big.
Yeah. 2 gathers?
Okay.
Yeah.
YouTube.
This is a thicker thing, right?
That's
Polished thing?
Yeah. So I think maybe the tube should be about like that wide.
Okay. And how finished you is like.
It doesn't even have. That seems big, but
Yeah,
it could be big. I guess.
but, well, I don't know. I'm just, so 2-inch diameter.
The green is denser than the pink, so it's a good question. I think I got 2 gather. That wide, if it goes like that. It'd be kind of funny if it was like a short one. Well, I'd kind of
always be short.
Yeah.
Depends where you cut it.
That's true. That's fair.
So just try to make a nice bend.
Yeah, it's
You get really artificial looking ruby. So you want a color sample of this guy?
Sure.
And then one of the cobalt. Do you want neon and argon of both of them?
If we do that, then I'll know what it looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This will turn gray.
Okay.
That will turn purple with neon. Yeah, we'll do 2 color samples of each.
Okay, cool. Then we can see, like, we can look through different colors and see what they look like, sort of thing.
Cap? Yeah.
No cap. No, I'm just kidding.
No cap.
Jay.
My name is Jason Christian. I reside from Ballard, Washington, originally from Coopville, Whidbey Island, Washington. I've been making glass for 28 years. I started in a factory called the Glass Eye Studio in Seattle, Washington. I was lucky enough to be in Seattle, where it was the golden era of glass in the city. There was lots and lots of studios, so I could, at any given day, walk into a studio and just open the doors and learn. I started coming here months after it opened, so it's been fun to grow with the team and know everyone and meet all the people that have come and gone and stayed, and it's a part of me and part of my career, so I'm grateful for having me and being a part of my life. They're massive. We're pushing the scale. These are some of the biggest ones I've ever made. First of all, I love the texture of glass patterns that you make. The traditional patterns like Radicello and Merletto, the filigrana patterns, and I love to be able to actually like touch those patterns and feel that. It's like a fabric. Patterns and colors, I make those all by myself. So like the Radicello and all the Marini and stuff, I can make that. I've taught myself how to make that by myself. So when I was designing these, it was really important to me to be able to have that visually, that texture being exposed, and to be able to touch it, to get that sense of touch in the piece. There is a deeper meaning to those pieces. My stepfather, when I was 12 years old, kind of brought my mom and I back together. My mom had left my life when I was 3, and then we were able to kind of mend that with my mom. My stepfather bought me this yo-yo, and one that lights up red and blue on either side, and you throw it, it lights up. And and it was this object that forever I have a memory of us coming together. And it's funny when we're making this object here in the hot shop, when those two sides kind of come together, there's some kind of metaphor within that. I met a lot of these guys, when they were in high school, Trenton and Jack, and I have a 4-year-old son. It's cool to kind of get in touch with the youth that way too, so I kind of know what's going on in my son's life a little bit, so yeah.
I'm from Hong Kong. My name is Kun. I started glass blowing in Hong Kong because I was born and raised in there. But by the time that I started glass blowing, there was only one glass studio. So I never thought of having glass as my career or like having like a future dedicated with it. But by the time I graduated that year, the one and only glass technician retired and asked me to take over his job. So I took that opportunity and my glass journey started there. Glass blowing is a teamwork. I love working with people, but because I started in Hong Kong by myself, so I didn't really have assistants or anything like that to work with, so I have to figure out a way to make it work when I work by myself. So I understand glass through my own practice. Like, you'll have to get it very hot, how to like move your hand. So when you're holding a pipe, you'll still be able to do a lot of different angles. So that's how I started. So then even if I have a chance to work with someone else, I keep that practice. It's kind of muscle memory right now. Since I started glass blowing, I always do figurative objects because I'm very into cartoon children books, because that's the way how I learn about like stories. And when people try to teach you something, it's always start with illustration, right? So that's where I start. Now I'm working on a series about my Hong Kong identity. I'm using this character called Lo Teng. Is a mythological character that based in Hong Kong. They have a fish head and human body, so it couldn't live in the sea or the land. It's gonna be like in between, a struggle either way. So this is how I feel about coming from Hong Kong to the United States. When I first started, glass color are very expensive, and I started in Hong Kong. Imagine you have to buy something and have it shipped all the way to Hong Kong. It's very expensive. So when I started, I only do clear, black, and white. That's how I learned, and I think that's helped me a lot throughout thinking about color, because I started with shading only. So then I have a more understanding of, okay, how could I make work actually look cohesive when it put together with color. So that's how I learned, that's my practice. And then I came here to the United States taking workshops from a lot of different people, like Karen, Jason, Raven, Raman, and Julia. So I learned how to apply color with these people, and I try to like steal little things from different people and then try to put it into my own work.
I'm Bree Chesler, and I'm from Seattle, Washington. This is my first solo exhibition hosted by a museum. So the Museum of Glass put a lot of faith into my ability to pull this off and do a full-on installation in their space. What makes it special is not only that it's an institution founded in glass as a medium, but the fact that they were willing to allow me to push the medium to the limit and put it outside of the box of tradition. And so by using glass in all of its mediums, all of its ways of manipulating it, so neon, kiln form glass, casting, hot shop, flame working, I integrate everything and really highlight the ways that the material acts when it's caught in like an unorthodox moment. I saw my residency with the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team as an opportunity to expand my studio practice a step further. So I focused on making really detailed glass elements that will act as the central components for larger installation work. And that series, I'm pushing in a direction where it actually is more physically kinetic and interacts with the audience. So a lot of it will be hooked up to proximity sensors and motion sensors that detect the presence of the audience and react to them. So when you initially walk into the space, the work will remain static and it will become alive as you walk through and engage with each individual piece. In a way, all of the work in here speaks to that, speaks to how I use the medium and how I highlight it in different ways. I would say specifically the things that people don't recognize as glass usually are. So I think that's kind of a fun play on the material, is sometimes I hide its identity and it really makes people question what it is. The aesthetic that I put onto my work that has that kind of whimsical, it could look childlike, or it could look like preteeny a little bit sometimes. I do that intentionally as a distraction to the audience. So it is meant to lure you in, kind of like a sugar-coated candy that's sour inside. You're gonna walk into this space kind of mesmerized and excited, but if you spend time with the work, you start to reveal these darker layers and complexities that make up the bigger picture. For me, the future of my career, what I really want to do is have a solo exhibition at the Guggenheim and be a Guggenheim Fellow. I really want to bring glass to an arena in the art world where it's not just isolated as a craft medium and as a medium that's seen as this delicate and fragile kind of material. I really want to amplify and show off the qualities of glass that speak to that kind of gestural, emotional narrative that you can really capture. And I feel like the art world hasn't really given glass that opportunity yet. There hasn't been that many people that have pushed outside of making a beautiful object. And so that's really what I'm focused on doing as far as advancing the material as I grow my practice. So my hope is just to make my work more and more interactive, to the point where it can't be ignored. You have to have an encounter with it, and it's just close enough to living where it has a fantastical kind of energy to it. But I still think that I'll always draw from my personal experiences when it comes to concepts and the ideas that kind of underpin the work.
I'm Cheryl Derricat, and I'm a visiting artist in the Museum of Glass, and I live and work in San Francisco, California. I've been making a conceptual portrait of Sally Hemings this week during my residency. Most people know Sally Hemings as the mother of 6 of Thomas Jefferson's children. However, Sally was also a seamstress, and that was her position within Monticello plantation life. So we've been creating sculptural objects that represent her work as a seamstress. So we have some samples in front of me. I've been making oversized spools of thread, and I tried to choose historic colors that would have been prevalent in the 1780s, early 1800s when Sally Hemings and Thomas Jefferson were alive. We've also made some oversized sewing needles in glass, and some of the even larger pieces are scissors and irons. I tend to have a research-based practice, so a lot of times I will be triggered, quite frankly, by a phrase I hear or something I read, and I'm like, oh, that's interesting. And I start, following that and researching it. I got interested in history pretty young. I was a history minor in college, so I always enjoyed it. And I think as an adult and as an artist, I began to see that we were having a lot of challenging contemporary dialogues about things like race and equity and place, and it was because we really hadn't dived into our history. And so when I had the opportunity to do a group show at the French consulate, I realized that, whether I liked it or not, it was time to dive into Thomas Jefferson, who was one of our most notorious French ambassadors. It's important for all artists to do the work that they're called to do. And I know for my own practice, I work pretty intuitively. So if the inquiry is leading me toward a topic that's about race, I'm not going to shy away from it, And I think American history is a very convoluted situation, to say the least, and so the more we can own that, I think there's hope for us to hopefully move forward in a better state than we've been the last few hundred years. Ultimately, most of my work at home results in warm glass. I have a large kiln in my studio in San Francisco, and I also do some work on paper and textiles. So I would say a through line of all of my work is visual storytelling, text, and image, whether it's in glass or on paper or textile. So it has been great to be at the Museum of Glass. The Hot Shop team here is amazing. We have been under Gabe's leadership this week, and I think the best thing he said to me was yesterday, boy, that was really challenging and fun at the same time, because I think these are familiar objects, but we've certainly been looking at them through the lens of the 18th century. So, a spool of thread was wood. It really wasn't the kind of conventional spool of thread we think about today. The handles on scissors are a little different than our contemporary scissors. So I have really appreciated being able to partner with such great glass-blowing professionals that care about that level of attention to detail and actually enjoy it, even when it's a little maddening sometimes.
All right, welcome into the hot shop, everyone. I'll give you all an introduction as to what we have going on and who we have here. So, we are only just getting started, but today we are making some store items, of course, for the Museum of Glass store. And so far, we have been making some carafes, which are basically pitchers, except they don't have handles. It's kind of the difference between a pitcher and a carafe. And the way that we start this is by getting our clear glass and colored glass ready. So, inside of this large silver box, this is our garage. We are heating up pieces of color bar. So we're picking up one of those right now. This is basically a solid colored glass through and through. We'll pick up one of these on the end of our pipe and melt it down and then actually use it. We don't make the colored glass, but it's different metals, minerals, and oxides mixed into the raw clear glass mixture. And we get it shipped in this bar form and then use it. And this is our resident hot shop team that you'll see down on the floor today. So they work here full time. They help visiting artists that come through. That is a huge job of theirs. And then whenever they have time, like today, they will make some store items or they'll prep for really big events like our yearly auction called Red Hot. So yeah, we're just making a variety of colors of these carafes, but they are all so far the same shape and size and patterning, just different colors so that we have a little bit of a variety or selection. So this is our glass furnace, that tank with the closed door that Sarah's just gone inside of. Sitting inside of here is a giant ceramic crucible filled with clear molten glass at about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. And these open face furnaces, these are for reheating the glass, of course, and they run between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit, so there's a little bit warmer. So it's a major difference between those two pieces of equipment. Also, I do want to mention, since I brought up visiting artists, we do have a visiting artist starting tomorrow and going through Sunday. His name's Trenton Kyocho. He's a local artist to Tacoma. And if his name sounds familiar, he was on the season 3 of Blown Away. And he does stop by here very, very frequently. He'll help out the hot shop team and he'll help other visiting artists that come through. And some of his work is on the screen now, just so you can kind of get a taste of what you might see tomorrow. Now, he's actually going to be making some pieces that will permanently go on display at the Tacoma Art Museum. So, yeah, if you guys can make it, or if you guys want to watch the live stream, we live stream every single day. We're on the hot shop floor, including today. You just open it up on YouTube or on our website. Now we're seeing that coloring process over on the right bench. This is called a color drop or a color overlay. We've completely melted that piece of color, which, as you might remember, that small example I showed you earlier. And we dropped that down on top of a clear bubble. And next we'll go through the process of rolling and pushing this color back until it completely covers up that clear bubble itself. So we do have a good view of this up on the screen. This metal table, this is a marver. And Sarah is kind of pushing forward and changing the angle of the pipe, and this is slowly rolling that color back and covering up the clear bubble. Yeah, for those who just joined in, I was just explaining we are going through the coloring process, basically. We started with a piece of color bar, solid colored glass on the end of our pipe, melted it down, and we are now applying it to a clear bubble. And eventually, when we blow our piece out, it's going to appear to be all made from colored glass if you view it from the outside. But if you were to look at the cross section, you'd see just this thin layer of color within layers of clear glass. And if anyone wants a closer look at any examples I have, I can always pass it around. This one is sanded down or polished a little bit, so it's not very sharp. So now that we have our color, we're letting this cool down a little bit before we gather our next layer of clear glass over top of this. And that's when we'll start building up those layers of clear that you're seeing on that example piece. And this is just getting enough mass to work with, enough glass to actually blow out and turn into our carafe. And anytime we get a new layer of clear glass, we sit down and use the block, this wooden spoon-shaped tool, to smooth and even this new layer of glass out. And we'll slightly reinflate the bubble. And then that same process again, let it cool down, gather another layer of clear as many times as we need to for how large of a piece we want to make. So we've just gathered one more layer of clear glass. This bucket that we're dripping into is all clear glass only, so eventually we will be able to crush it up and completely reuse it by throwing it back into our furnace. But yeah, that was a strip gather. That's what that process is called, where we drip some of the glass off. It's just getting us closer to an exact size for our piece. And this is the final layer of clear we need for the piece. So we'll be able to start blowing it out and shaping it now. Yeah, for those who just joined in, we are making a carafe. And these are eventually going into the Museum of Glass store. This is our resident hot shop team, so these guys work here full time. And they'll help a visiting artist that's going to be here from tomorrow through Sunday. We have a lot going on. So Ben's reinflating this bubble a little bit, and he's going to reshape this into a more narrow and tapered shape. This is essentially the rough contour to the inside of the mold that we'll be going inside of. This mold is down on the floor to the left of Ben's feet as he goes to reheat this piece of glass. So this is an optic mold. Inside we have ridges going all the way from the top to the bottom, and when we push the glass inside, this will imprint or push those ridges into the glass, giving us ridges on the piece. And now that we have that texture or pattern, Gabe is going to start blowing into the end of the pipe. And Ben has stretched the bubble out a bit before cutting off this solid piece of glass on the end. Oh yeah, you'll also notice that we will use these wooden paddles very frequently as shields. We're just protecting Ben's hand and arm from the heat that's radiating off of the piece itself. So you can actually see where the heat is focused as they heat this glass back up. In this case, we've heated up just the very bottom. We don't want to alter the rest of the shape too much. And we have flattened it out with a wooden paddle. So we've finished the lower half of our piece at this point. That means we have to get ready to break this piece off onto a second pipe so we have access to the top side of the carafe. Also, yeah, I do get questions about this torch every once in a while. So I'll point out, we use the torch to balance heat out, or we use the torch to just, in general, apply extra heat to one area of the piece. In this case, the bottom was pretty hot, so we were heating up the colder areas and letting that side cool down. And Gabe over on the right bench, he just gathered a single layer of clear on the end of a solid pipe, and this will eventually be brought over and attached to the bottom of the piece. And to break the piece off, we apply a little water before tapping the pipe, and that piece pops right off. We'll do the same thing later on as well to break it off of this pipe. So it's essentially done twice. While that connection between the pipe and the bottom of the piece is still hot, Ben goes ahead and centers it a little bit more before heating up just around the opening. And just to share once again, this is our resident hot shop team. These guys work here full time. And they will usually help visiting artists, but whenever they can, they will fill in their time with making store items like today or prepping for special events or auctions. And yeah, once again, these are store items or carafes. And these guys have between 20 and 30 years of experience individually. So to begin opening this piece up, Ben first trimmed some of the opening using some tweezers to stretch the glass out and then some shears to cut that off. And he is redefining the shoulder by squeezing the jacks on the outside, the base of the neck. Yeah, these go by pretty quick, as you'll notice. And to finish this off, we of course need a spout. So we'll use this smaller handheld torch to heat up just a small section of glass on the lip. And Ben pushes the lip outward a small section of metal tubing. And this carafe is done. Same thing as earlier. To break this off, we apply a little bit of water to the end of the pipe, and then we will tap the pipe and it should just pop right off. And the last step is stamping the bottom with the Museum of Glass logo. And this piece is done. Let's give them a round of applause for finishing that carafe. Thank you, everyone. Strong applause. All right, this has gone into the annealer. This large box sits at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit, and we will just continuously load it up until we are done, which then we just press a button, and it slowly comes down overnight, usually about a 12-hour process. And this is all to prevent thermal shock. Yeah. If we were to just leave this piece out, I got a question about this earlier, it would start cracking even within a few seconds, depending on if we set it on a cold surface. Yeah, it's pretty important that we cool it slowly. And this is a continuous process, so we are going to make more of these pieces to make sure we have a variety of colors for the store shelves. So if you miss the beginning of the process, stick around. I also do want to talk about an event coming up that is completely free to attend. It's a really large glass festival, Glass Fest Northwest. It's going to be in mid-August right here at the museum. There will be free admission into the museum and to the event. And there are tons of artist booths, glass demonstrations, food, and music. It's just a really big, wonderful event in general. So keep an eye out for those exact dates. Were you guys here earlier? Is that why you're asking? Yeah, we're going to continue making the same item throughout the day today, just different colors. Yeah, we're continuing to make carafes. And yeah, for those who are recently joining in, welcome into the hot shop. It's our resident hot shop team working down on the floor. And they are making some store items, specifically some carafes. We are starting with the coloring process where we take a solid piece of colored glass. This is a transparent color. And we melt it completely and then drop it on top of a clear bubble, which is what you just saw over on the right bench. And this is basically just creating a thin layer of color within the piece. Eventually, when they start gathering more layers of clear to build up some mass, we're just going to have a thin layer of color sandwiched between layers of clear. If you were to look at the cross section, which this is a great example piece for that. Sarah's using the Marver, which is this metal table, to push and roll that color back. So Sarah's just blown a little more air into the bubble. We already do have a small bubble within that colored glass. It's just hard to see underneath that rich layer of color at the moment. And we do have a view of this up on the screen now, by the way. And just to mention, we do start these projects on the side benches and then usually bring it to the center bench to finish it off and actually blow it out and shape it. So keep that in mind when you're choosing your seating. Now we're letting this colored glass cool down a bit before gathering our next layer of clear, which if you haven't seen us use this tank already, this large tank with the closed door, this is our glass furnace. And it holds up to 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass at about 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. We're using a block, this wooden spoon-shaped tool, to smooth and even out this fresh layer of clear. The idea is to have this layer of steam in between the wood and the glass. That's why this block is constantly kept saturated with water. It's kept in these buckets of water. And for those who just joined in or recently joined in, I just want to share once again, we are making some carafes, which will eventually go into the Museum of Glass store. And carafe is essentially a pitcher, like a juice pitcher or water pitcher, but it doesn't have a handle. It's the difference between the two. And yeah, this is our resident hot shop team that you'll see working on the floor. So they work here full time and they'll help visiting artists that come through, like we will have starting tomorrow. We'll have a visiting artist from Friday through Sunday. But whenever they have time, they'll work on some store items like today. And we're still getting enough material to start making our piece, gathering our last layer of clear now. And once again, for those who just joined in, we are making some Museum of Glass store items. We're making some carafes or carafes. Not exactly sure which pronunciation is perfectly correct, but these are essentially pitchers without a handle. And we are making as many as we can fit into today. We're just making a variety of colors, but they're all turning out the same shape and size and design overall. So we are at the point where we're just about to start blowing this out and shaping it. You came in at a good time. So Ben blew this bubble out just a little bit and then shaped it, tapering it just a bit as well. And this is the rough contour, rough shape of the inside of a mold that we'll be going inside of. This mold is to the left of his feet on the floor. And this basically just has ridges that run from the top to the bottom. After stuffing it inside of the mold and then giving it a little puff of air, this has pushed the glass into the ridges, and we now have that surface on the texture of our piece. I meant texture on the surface of our piece. Too many words. We are now blowing this out. Ben is able to stretch this bubble out a little bit by holding onto the end. And this bit of glass that was used as a handle is eventually cut off. And just to mention real quick as well, if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to grab my attention, let me know. It could be questions about upcoming events or things you might have seen in the galleries or just anything about glass in general. So once again, I'm not quite sure how to pronounce it. Carafe or carafe? Carafe? Yeah. Yeah, we're just making a bunch of carafes today. They're all different colors, but same overall shape, size, textures. So we don't make the colors ourselves. For this piece specifically, we're using Color Bar, and we get these shipped in. They usually are these larger pieces of bar, and we'll just cut off sections like this, and we'll attach it to the end of a pipe and melt it down and then use it. But the different colors, they come from metals and minerals and oxides that are mixed into the glass. Yeah, it's really interesting. It's a lot of science behind glass blowing. Yeah, exactly. It's just from the temperature. The glass is so hot that it's radiating light as well as heat. And so it's going to look orange whenever the glass is malleable enough to work with. And when it's fresh out of the furnace, like you'll see on the end of Gabe's pipe over there, it almost looks yellow even. So we use this fluffy torch to heat up sections of the glass at a time, and it's especially hard to heat up just the area closer to the pipe because we go into the hole and heat up the entire piece, or we heat up the front of the piece, can't really heat up the back end of the piece. But they do run around the same temperature, by the way, which is 21 to 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. Now we've just finished preparing the punty, which is the second pipe with some clear glass as an attachment point. This is attached to the center or the bottom of our piece. And once they're sure this is center and it's not going to be moving around too much, they will break the entire piece off of its original pipe. And once again, we're using science. So this is a little bit of water we're applying. This is creating some thermal shock and cracking the connection enough to pop it off. So everything along the wall, it actually runs off of natural gas. And later on, you will see us using a torch that runs off of propane and oxygen. And the boxes throughout the room, such as along the walls and in the front, these are electric. They have some coils that run along the inside of them. So we have 3 different kind of types of energy that we use in here. So with the opening of this piece, this is heated up and then stretched out. Some tweezers before the opening is trimmed off. This is getting rid of extra thickness that might remain and any unevenness that was left from breaking the piece off. And it moves very quick from here. They heat up the front again, and Ben is able to start opening the neck portion of the piece up. and redefining the shoulder by going on the outside and squeezing in. So now we've finished the overall shape, and we are going to create the spout for this carafe. This is done by heating up a small section of the lip and then just pushing outward. And we're breaking it off by applying some water to the end of the pipe. And with a simple tap, it pops right off. We'll torch the bottom and then stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo, and this piece is completely done. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that piece. And into the annealer it goes. So if you haven't seen this box already, this sits at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit, and we continuously fill it up throughout the day before pressing a button, which very slowly brings the temperature down at least overnight. So usually about a 12-hour cycle. And we'll see those pieces again tomorrow. And once again, we are going to continue to make these, just varieties of colors. So don't worry if you missed the beginning, or for those who just came in, we're going to get started on the next one now. And just to share once again, for those who came in, this is our resident hot shop team you're seeing on the floor. They work here full time, helping visiting artists that come through and making items for the store like we're seeing today, among other various projects. And they all have between 20 and 30 years of experience blowing glass. So they are a very professional team. Oftentimes, you see this and then you see any other glass blowing, it's going to be nothing close to this. These guys, people travel from across the world to work with them. Very important hot shop team. And we are starting with the coloring process over on the right bench. So this is a solid piece of colored glass that Gabe has brought over, completely molten and dropped on top of a clear bubble. So this is called a color drop or a color overlay. And this essentially makes the entire piece look like it's made from colored glass through and through. Doesn't matter if the color starts off as a more opaque color or a more transparent color, it's going to look very solid and smooth on the surface. But if you look at the cross section, it's mostly clear glass and just a thin layer of color. And I did pass this around earlier for people to look at, so if anyone would like to take a look at it, please let me know. It's a really good example piece. So we have our color completely covering up that clear bubble, as you can see. We're sitting and letting it cool down for a moment before we gather our next layer of clear. And all of these layers of clear that come after the color, it's just to build up some mass for the piece and have enough material to work with later on. So yes, once again, this is our glass furnace, and we are dipping the end of our pipe into essentially a pool of molten glass sitting inside of a crucible in there, and getting more material to work with. And right after getting more clear glass, we sit down and use the block, this wooden spoon-shaped tool. This is kept constantly saturated in water, which is inside of those buckets behind the bench. That way we have a layer of steam in between the wood and the glass, preventing them from actually touching. Yeah, so that is called a strip gather, and it is to get us closer to an exact size or exact amount of glass that we need. So we didn't need a full layer of clear, we just let some of it fall off. But you know what's nice is everything that goes inside of that bucket specifically is all clear glass. So eventually we crush it back up, we throw it into the furnace to be completely reused and melted down again. And we're now cooling the pipe down. This is a pipe cooler, it's just a trough of water that we set the pipe into. And then we bring it over to the center bench to blow it out and turn it into our carafe. They've been whipping these out in maybe even a little bit less than 30 minutes each, and we work for 6 hours a day. So if we make one every 30 minutes for 6 hours, then we should get about a dozen today, maybe even a little bit more. Yeah. Yeah, for those who just joined in, welcome into the Hot Shop. And we are working on making some Museum of Glass store items, specifically some carafes, which are essentially pitchers without a handle. And this is our resident Hot Shop team. So if you haven't been here before, these guys are always on the floor making pieces for visiting artists or maybe making some store items like you're seeing today. They always fill up their time with a project. This bubble has just been blown out a little bit, and Ben is reshaping it to give it a little bit of a taper. And after heating up this glass one more time, we stuff it into a mold on the floor. This is an optic mold, and it has ridges that run all the way from the top to the bottom. And after stuffing it in, giving it a little puff of air, this forcefully pushes the glass into those ridges and applies them to the surface of the piece. Something that's tricky about this design that has been pointed out to me earlier today by the artists themselves is it's really hard to keep these lines straight throughout the process because we're rolling back and forth across the bench. So if we apply too much pressure as we turn in one direction, this twists the lines and creates more of a spiraled effect. And that can be purposeful sometimes. This is a twisty cup, and this is something that they make for fun or to challenge each other or themselves every once in a while. And we have this spiral design. So we do use this same mold, but then we twist the glass on purpose. So we've just created the jack line, which is this divot in the glass. Eventually we will break this piece off from that line later on. We just create it before we even finish the shape. So we have just flattened the bottom of the piece, meaning that we've finished the lower half of our piece completely. We won't really alter that section of the piece. Instead, we have to now attach a pipe to the bottom and then break this piece off entirely, and that will give us access to the top side of the piece. Yeah, this is a more pivotal moment for sure. So now we bring that pipe over and attach it to the center of the bottom of the piece. And once they're sure that is center and it's not moving around too much, then they can go ahead and break the piece off of its original pipe. And for those who are just joining in, this is our resident hot shop team working on making some store items. And they are making some carafes, which are basically these pitchers without a handle. We have just transferred it to a second pipe, meaning that we'll be able to work on the neck of the carafe and make the spout and finish it off pretty soon here. And yeah, if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to just grab my attention and let me know. It could be questions about things, just glass in general, or things you've seen in the galleries, things in the hot shop. Give you some ideas. So now that the top of the piece is hot, we're going in with some tweezers. Ben is actually stretching the glass more than he is pinching right now. He's trying to thin the area out. And then he'll cut all of this extra glass off using a pair of shears, creating the perfect circular opening. So Ben lightly opens this up with the jacks, these two metal blades, and redefines the shoulder by going on the outside of the piece and squeezing in a little bit. So there we have the overall shape. And to finish this off, we still need to create our spout. And eventually when we break it off, we'll stamp the bottom with the Museum of Glass logo. Those are our two last steps. So we heated up a small section of the lip and simply push it outward with a small piece of metal tubing. We'll torch the area where that clear glass is connecting the piece to the pipe until we see some movement in that connection. And to fully break it off, we will apply a little bit of water to the end of the pipe, just enough to cause thermal shock in that connection, and then tap the pipe to pop it off. And then we torch the bottom with this super hot flame and then stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo, and then once again, this is completely done. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that piece. Thank you very much. And this is going inside of the annealer along with all the other ones we finished earlier today. This box sits at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit, and it will continue to be filled until we are done, which then we just press a button and it slowly cools down overnight. And this is to prevent thermal shock, which can happen within seconds if we were to just leave these pieces out. So very important process. And yeah, we will make the next one. This is kind of a continuous demonstration. So we'll start the next one over on the right bench right away. And once again, if you guys have any questions, feel free to let me know. Yeah, we don't see this used super frequently, so I'll mention this is the garage. Well, I mean, we do use it frequently. It's just intermittently. This is preheating pieces of colored glass called color bar, just smaller sections of it. And we will melt these down and use them within the piece to get our color, which I've been showing off this example. I think you guys I think I showed this off to you guys earlier, but this is an example piece that you can actually pass around if you like. You can see a thin layer of color inside of the piece. If you look at the cross section of any piece of glass, this is what you'll usually see. So even though it looks like it's all made from color, it's really just a small amount. So this is once again, the very beginning of the process. Sarah has made a small clear bubble of glass on the end of her pipe, and Gabe is melting down a piece of that color. And once again, eventually, once that color is completely molten, this will quite literally be dropped on top of the clear bubble, hence the name color drop or color overlay. So using this metal table or the marver, Sarah's pushing down on that color. This is slowly rolling it back over the clear. And I think you guys just joined in, so I want to share once again that we are making some store items down in the hot shop today. And this is our resident hot shop team on the floor, so they work here full time, usually helping visiting artists when you come through. But whenever they can, they squeeze in some store items like today and other items such as preparation for the Red Hot auction that we have in the fall. And these are specifically some carafes that we're making, which are like pitchers, but they don't have handles. And yeah, we're just making this same design, this same patterning. We're just kind of switching up the colors each time, different transparent colors. So now we're able to start gathering some layers of clear. So if you haven't seen this tank, for those who just came in, this is the glass furnace that we're dipping inside of. We have a giant ceramic crucible in there filled with molten glass at about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. And it can be up to 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass in there, by the way. We do have 2 of these tanks as well, so we always have a ton of glass available for us to use. And right after getting a layer of clear, we always push and move this around, shape it a little bit with the block, this wooden spoon-shaped tool, which, by the way, is constantly kept saturated with water. And this is supposed to form a layer of steam in between the tool and the glass. And then that same process again, we let this cool down and eventually gather a layer of clear over top of this as well. And this is all just to build up enough mass to work with to make our final product. And after this layer of clear, we have enough glass to blow out and make our piece. And I have been mentioning throughout the day, this bucket is clear glass only. And this is specifically so we can eventually break that glass up and throw it back into the furnace to completely reuse it. Yeah, the majority of our scrap glass ends up being clear, so it really works out. And another interesting thing to note, we'll usually start our projects on the side benches and then come over to the center bench to finish it off. So once we move to the center bench, this is when you know we are ready to blow it out and shape it. So Ben inflates this glass a little bit before shaping it with the newspapers. So yeah, this pad is quite literally just folded up newspaper soaked with water. And we now have a little bit more of a narrow and tapered shape. This is going to help us fit into a mold that we're going to use more properly than if we were to just leave it a rounded bubble. And this mold is to the left of Ben's feet on the floor. It has ridges that go from the top to the bottom on the inside, and those will be imprinted on the glass and give us ridges as a physical and visual texture for the piece. Oh yeah, and this is the person I've been mentioning on and off throughout the day today, Trenton Kyocho, just joined us. He's having a residency from tomorrow through Sunday. So if anyone's around and would want to watch the live stream or stop by, he's going to be making some items that will permanently go on display at the Tacoma Art Museum. And he was on season 3 of Blown Away. If he sounds or looks familiar to you, that could be why. It's a competitive glassblowing show on Netflix. They have a lot of seasons now. They just keep making more. Yeah, welcome into the hot shop. Yeah, you're totally fine. This is even live streamed on YouTube, so anyone can watch and take pictures from all over the world. I was just going to let you guys know we're making some carafes for the Museum of Glass store, and this is our resident team down on the floor. They're here full time. And yeah, they're just squeezing in some store items while they can. We are just flattening the bottom of this piece with the wooden paddle. And once they're satisfied with the lower half of the piece, eventually they'll bring over another pipe, attach it to the bottom, and then completely break this piece off of the pipe that it was built on. And this is basically just flipping the orientation of the piece so we can work on the top half. So while they keep this piece of glass warm at the center bench, Gabe is going to get started on the punty, or basically the second pipe, the little clear attachment. So the tables are pipes, and a lot of the tools are all made out of steel or stainless steel. And the molten glass, it sticks to the end of the pipe because we heat the end of the pipe. Otherwise, it won't stick, which is why it doesn't stick to the table and it doesn't stick to the tools. It can stick to the tools if we use them improperly, which we'll see with beginner glass blowers. But these guys have been working with glass for 20 to 30 years. Also, you guys have noticed how much the color has changed, I'm sure. And I always mention this is more so the true color that you're seeing right now. Earlier it was glowing orange because of how much heat was in the glass. It was quite literally radiating light like lava. It's the best way to describe it. And now we're bringing over that second pipe, attaching it right to the center of the bottom. And once they're sure this is centered and it's not moving around too much, then they go ahead and apply some water to the connecting point between the original pipe and the piece. And this is enough to crack that connection, allowing them to pop it off. And for everyone who's just joined in, welcome into the Hot Shop first off. And we are working on some store items for the Museum of Glass store, of course. This is our resident Hot Shop team. They work here full time, usually helping visiting artists that come through, but squeezing in projects like they are today. And right now we're making some carafes, which essentially are pitchers. They just don't have a handle to them. And we're just making a variety of colors. They're all around the same size, and they're all the same shape and textures. Which the way we got this texture, by the way, is we stuffed it inside of a mold that had all these ridges inside of it, and then we continue to blow it out. And now we're ready to start opening this piece up. So first off, Ben is going in with some tweezers, and he's pulling more than he is pinching, stretching this area of the glass out before cutting all of this excess glass off. This is getting rid of any unevenness, it's getting rid of extra thickness, and now we're left with a perfectly circular opening that is nice and thin. Yeah, I know. Glass cutting's very satisfying, isn't it? There are three very satisfying things when it comes to glass blowing. There's the cutting, and you could feel the texture of the glass through the tools, by the way. It's like you're cutting taffy or putty. And then there's also glass pouring, where they pour molten glass into a mold. And then there's also glass pulling, when we make cane, sticks of colored glass. And that is a lot like pulling taffy or pulling candy. It's just really satisfying. So the finishing moves for this piece are redefining the shoulder by kind of squeezing on the outside of the base of the neck and then going inside and widening the neck to make a perfect cylindrical shape. And to create the spout, we're heating up a small section of the lip with a handheld torch, and then pushing the lip outward. So that is our carafe complete. Carafe. There we go. I guess I'll say carafe. I could pick up on that better. And now that we are finished, we are going to torch the clear glass that is connecting the pipe and the piece until we see some movement in that connection. And then we will do the same thing where we apply some water to break that connection and pop the piece off. And once this is broken off, we torch the bottom before stamping it with the Museum of Glass logo, and then it is ready to be put away. And this glass, even though it is solid, by the way, it's still about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. It doesn't even have a lot of glow to it. Let's give them a round of applause for finishing that piece. Thank you very much. That goes in with the others. This box, as a kneeler, is sitting at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. We continuously fill it up throughout the day, and when we're done, we press a button, and it's programmed to slowly cool over a certain period of time, which is usually about 12 hours. So we'll see those pieces again tomorrow, and they will be on store shelves relatively soon. You could expect maybe even a couple of days. And yeah, we're just going to continue to make as many of these as we can fit in. So we're seeing the process from the beginning. If you haven't seen it before, this is the coloring portion of the process. So Sarah starts a small clear bubble. So yeah, this is clear glass, believe it or not. And Gabe is heating, melting down a piece of color bar, which is a solid colored glass through and through. We get these pieces of color bar, usually they're entire pieces, and we cut it up like this. And it's just different metals, minerals, and oxides mixed into the clear glass mixture. And we don't make the color ourselves, we get it shipped in. But yeah, picked up a piece of color bar, melting it down, and eventually we will apply this or drop it on top of the clear bubble and spread it over top to completely cover up that clear. And it looks like we're sectioning this color off. We're just going to be using part of it. Colored glass is super rich, and it's made that way so that we only have to use small amounts at a time. And did you guys hear what we're making? I can't remember when you came in. Okay, sorry. We are making some carafes for the Museum of Glass store. And yeah, this is our resident team, so these guys work here full time. And as I mentioned earlier, we melted this color down, and we do quite literally drop this down on top of the clear bubble. And the rest of this color can be heated, reshaped, and then set aside to stay warm for our next pieces. Oh, and just to mention to everyone real quick, if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to grab my attention, let me know. I can give some examples, things you might see in the hot shop, things you've seen in the gallery that you're curious about, anything you've heard about glass. And welcome to those who just joined us in the hot shop. We are working on making some crafts, which are eventually going into the Museum of Glass store. And the carafe is basically a pitcher without a handle. I didn't really know what they were earlier today, so I've been specifying just in case anyone else doesn't know. But we are still in the process of getting all of the glass or all of the material that we need, and then pretty soon here we will start blowing it out and actually turning it into our carafe. And we already have color inside of this glass. If anyone's curious about color, it comes from different metals, minerals, and oxides that are mixed into the raw clear glass mixture, which is soda ash, limestone, and silica sand. And it's all just melted down and then rolled into these bars, which they do start off larger. We just cut them into segments like this and then melt it down and use it within our piece. So we have heated the glass up. We've stuffed it inside of a mold on the floor. And this mold has ridges going from the top to the bottom. So those ridges have now been imprinted onto the glass. And once we start blowing this out and shaping it, those ridges go away very slightly, but it does stay as a physical and visual texture for the final piece. And of course, you'll notice when we hang the glass down towards the floor, this is stretching and kind of narrowing the shape of the glass, basically just using gravity to shape the piece. And now we have a taller shape overall. We're using the paddle to keep the overall shape on the side as it's continuously blown up by Gabe on the end of the pipe. Also, this divot that we have near the pipe, this is super important, and I haven't mentioned it yet, but this is basically our breaking point. So later on, once we finish the lower half of the piece, we eventually need access to the upper half of the piece, which is connected to the pipe right now. So we'll break it off onto a different pipe, and this will flip the orientation. And that's a super fancy way of stretching the glass out. Sometimes you'll even see a full 360 spin rather than just swinging. Oh yeah, I was told that this should end up more so like an amber color, by the way. It's just a little hard to tell while they're working with the piece, but we'll see the true color once the piece starts cooling down a little bit later on. And now we're flattening the bottom of the piece with a wooden paddle, keeping the jacks on the side to make sure that we form this nice 90-degree angle on the bottom of the piece. If we push the glass in one direction, it's going to want to push out the other direction, so it is a liquid. And there we go. We've finished the lower half of our piece. We'll use this torch to heat up areas that may be a little bit too cold in this circumstance. It is definitely a little bit colder near the pipe, so we're just balancing the heat out. Yeah, so the way that the piece is broken off is by applying a little bit of water. We're purposefully thermally shocking the glass just in the connection point, and that's why we create that divot, so we can make sure that those cracks don't travel anywhere else or it doesn't break unevenly. And then with the tap of a pipe, that vibration travels to the cracks and pops it off. And we're not quite opening this piece up yet. It's still kind of cold. Ben is just centering it with the pipe at the bottom a little bit better before they move on. So now that the front of the piece is nice and hot, Ben is able to go in and he's stretching the opening out a little bit, just thinning the glass. And this is all glass that'll be cut off, getting rid of any unevenness and a little bit of thickness that remains. And we've already started opening the piece up a little bit, changing the shape. We're trying to accentuate the shoulder more, so we're squeezing down at the base of the neck, and then we're just widening the opening a little bit to make sure the neck is more cylindrical. And next we heat up a small section of the lip and push it outward. This creates our spout. And that has finished the piece off. So now we get ready to break the piece off and put it away, which means we'll be torching the clear glass that is connected to the pipe until we see some movement in between the piece and the pipe. And then we know it's safe to apply some water, crack that connection, and pop it off just like earlier. Except this time it's for good, and we'll put it away in the annealer on the left wall, that large black box over there. So, I was about to say I think I'll answer your question within this answer, but the glass has to be kept at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit when we finish it off. And this is just hot enough that it won't break from thermal shock, but it's cool enough that it shouldn't be moving or changing shape when we place it in there. And the box itself is sitting at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah, it's not like a cooling box, but it will eventually come down very slowly to cool the piece. And to finish this off, we're just stamping the bottom with the Museum of Glass logo. We try to do this with as many store items as we can. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing this carafe. Thank you, guys. And into the annealer it goes.